All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour one of Jon and Jim. Now, again, if you missed the news, you probably didn't because you're listening to us right now at 2 p.m. The show has been expanded from 3 hours to 4 hours each and every weekday. So you can listen to us. You can find us on the iHeartRadio app, San Diego Sports 760. We're broadcasting right now on YouTube. Just search for Jon and Jim at 760. We're on HD radio as well, 101.5, channel number 2. There's a lot to react to here today. Let's just get to it because we're going to spend a lot of the offseason on Roki Sasaki because that's something that's very realistic for the Padres. We'll spend time on Juan Soto. It's not happening in San Diego. We're going to spend time on the other big free agents, Blake Snell, Corbin Burns. It's unlikely, right, in San Diego. But Roki Sasaki, the number one pitching prospect in the world, could essentially, Jim, sign with any team. And remember, we spent a lot of the last couple of weeks saying that it's not inevitable he's going to end up with the Dodgers. And Dodger fans say, no, it is. But we get further, and further with that Dodgers are a possibility, but it doesn't mean that they're the clear-cut favorite right now.
No, it doesn't. I think that we are so early on in this process. It is a lot of speculation at this point in time. Right. Dude's not even posted yet.
Right.
So teams can't even talk to Roki Sasaki yet. It's just about what people have heard in the industry, what people have said, maybe behind closed doors about Roki Sasaki. You know, I heard from a friend that heard from a friend type of thing. We don't even really know any concrete details yet. I mean, we're further along in the process with Juan Soto than we are with Roki Sasaki in my mind, because Juan Soto is actually talking and having meetings with teams like the Dodgers and the Phillies and the Mets. Roki Sasaki hasn't met with anybody yet. Unless I'm wrong.
No, you're right. But remember, it was a week ago. We're going to start with the Bowden sound, by the way, Brent. We'll start with the Jim Bowden sound because it was a week ago where Jim Bowden wrote in The Athletic that he thought it was unlikely that Sasaki ends up with the Dodgers, and it kind of blew people away, specifically Dodger fans. Well, Jim Bowden's doubled down. Listen to this. He's on the Foul Territory podcast today. He's a former GM. He writes for The Athletic. He's dialed in. No matter what you think, Jim Bowden's more dialed in than we are. He's likely more dialed in than you are. So let's listen to Jim Bowden on the Foul Territory podcast on Roki Sasaki and react.
I mean, look, I'm just telling you what I learned in talking to a lot of people that are in the know with the player himself, who, by the way, is going to make the decision. You know, he's not one of those players that's going to go where Wasserman and Joe Wolf, his agent, are going to send him. He's going to make his own call. But the sense I get from everyone is that the narrative of him going to the Dodgers, it's way more likely he signs elsewhere than he signs there. And I'm not saying at the end of the day, you know, perhaps he changes his mind. Perhaps Ohtani and Yamamoto can convince him. But if based on what I'm hearing, I would say 85% chance he does not sign with the Dodgers.
I mean, that's pretty significant. It was a week ago in The Athletic. He said he thought it was unlikely he signs with LA, but that could have been 51-49. Now he's talking with those in the sport. He's saying, based on what I'm hearing, not my opinion, based on what I'm hearing, there's an 85 or 90% chance he doesn't sign with the Dodgers. I guess I'll take him at his word, and I'll take those odds heading into the offseason.
I will too. There's multiple reasons why I would take his word. And I hope he's right. I really do. I hope he's right. The Dodgers coming back next year have a lot of pitching. The Padres, they need pitching. Who's the more desperate team out there for pitching right now, in your opinion, between those two? It's, to me, the Padres.
Sure.
And when you're the more desperate team, I feel like you just, because of that alone, may have a better chance at landing somebody because of how desperate you are. Like the Mets are desperate to land a superstar this offseason, and they're desperate to sign Juan Soto. That's why I give the Mets a leg up here on their chances to sign him. I would say the same thing about the Padres. And knowing that, okay, Joe's going to be out for the year, you don't have Michael King locked up, you don't have Dylan Cease locked up. Yu Darvish is 39 years old next year, 38 years old next year.
Something like that, yeah.
The back end of your rotation is guys that were very inconsistent last year. Brito, Vasquez, Waldron. Who's the more desperate team for pitching? It's the Padres. The Dodgers have Trevor May, or who is it? Trevor May coming back. Tony Gonsolin. They also have I'm blanking on his name. Glasnow coming back.
Yeah.
Kershaw says he's going to come back. Who knows what you're going to get out of him? You have Yamamoto. To me, the more desperate team, and maybe you can make an argument for the Dodgers. I'll be okay with that if you make an argument that Dodgers are more desperate for pitching as well. But I'm going to stay with the Padres here as the team that, in order for them to get over that hump, they have to keep their foot on the pedal and knowing that they need more pitching because it kind of backfired on them in the postseason again this past year. That's where I look at the Padres and Roki Sasaki making, having the right fit for each other.
I guess the issue being that desperation in free agency, I would agree completely with that, because if you're desperate in free agency, you can spend money. To your point, the Mets might be more desperate than another team. Therefore, they might overspend for Juan Soto. The Padres don't have an ability to overspend for Roki Sasaki. So it's going to take two here, where I don't think it takes two for Soto. I think it takes money. I think Soto goes where the money goes.
Yep.
I think Sasaki, you're going to need him to be in line with your plan. But there's also this belief, well, Sasaki's going to go to LA because there's more endorsement dollars in LA. Not so fast. This is Jim Bowden, again, on that podcast, Foul Territory, talking about Sasaki's endorsement possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, look, Scott, it was really interesting during the playoffs and the World Series because everywhere I went, everyone had this narrative that Sasaki was going to be a Dodger because of his relationship with Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And, the Dodgers go on to win the World Series, and everyone's going to basically be on the same playing field when it comes to salary bidding for him because he's under 25 years old. And that narrative was there. But, when you start to dig and you do the research, he's represented by the Wasserman Agency, and you do your homework in Japan on what he's telling teammates there in Japan. And when the homework came back, the one thing that I didn't really understand at the time was the fact that the income he's going to have to make between the time that he signs and the 3 years it takes for salary arbitration, the 6 years it takes to free agency, his income is going to come mostly from endorsements. That's where it's going to come from. And what we learned is that it's really hard to get those endorsements if you're on the same team as Shohei Ohtani. And that's something that Yamamoto has learned since then. In fact, Kodai Senga has more endorsements than Yamamoto does, being in his shadow. We also understand that, Sasaki wants to be in a place where he can be the guy to get those endorsements back in Japan. So, look, I've done a lot of homework. I've listened to a lot of people that are close to him. It's very evident that Yu Darvish has a huge influence on him. He calls him his godfather. And that puts San Diego in the mix. But, teams like the Mets and the Red Sox that have big markets where he can be a huge name are just as likely to land Sasaki as the Dodgers, based on the intel I've gotten from people that know.
Just as likely to land Roki Sasaki as the Dodgers. Those teams, just as likely. So who even knows if the Dodgers are a favorite? There's a media narrative out there beyond Jim Bowden. By the way, one of my favorite things about Jim Bowden, who's been on the station a ton, a lot with Darren over the years, is the way he says San Diego. He loves saying San Diego.
Maybe it's an accent thing.
San Diego.
Maybe it's just the way he speaks.
I don't know. He always says it. Like, it wasn't like I heard it a couple times with Darren. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. He's still saying it to this day.
It's just like, who's that basketball guy that we talked about yesterday? Jeff Goodman. He calls... Who is?
Oh, Sam Diego State?
No, he's like the Viejas Arena.
Oh, the Viejas Center.
Maybe it's just like the
Viejas Center.
Well, he speaks. I don't know.
I was listening last night to John Fanta, and he called Viejas Arena Viejas Center.
Oh, John, John, we love you.
Up a little
Come on, man.
So what do you think in regards to him saying, well, the endorsement dollars might dry up in LA. There's already a star of stars, and that these other teams, including the Padres, are just as likely as the Dodgers?
I hope Jim Bowden is right.
Right, exactly. We're putting a lot of stock.
We are.
In that.
I hope when he says things like, after talking to people, I would give it an 85 to 90% chance he signs somewhere other than the Dodgers.
Right.
And that one of the reasons why is he knows if he goes to the Dodgers, he's behind two massive shadows. Like, even if he won a Cy Young, guess what? He's not overtaking the Ohtani shadow there.
Never Ohtani. I think you could probably overtake Yamamoto.
But still.
Never Ohtani.
Never Ohtani.
Never.
You come here, it's like a passing of the torch from Yu Darvish right to Roki Sasaki, and you have your own team. Now, it's obviously not going to be his team, But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that from an endorsement standpoint, from Japan viewership goes, they will tune in to the Padres because of Roki Sasaki. You tune into the Dodgers because of Shohei Ohtani if you're in Japan.
LeBron and AD. Maybe AD is fine with that, but you're never going to be LeBron. Yeah. And Dalton Connect, great. You're never going to be AD.
Good job,
you're never going to be LeBron. And maybe some players are comfortable with that. Maybe Roki Sasaki is. I think the difference between Anthony Davis and Roki Sasaki is Anthony Davis can get a max contract. Roki Sasaki can't
right now.
So you can be content being second fiddle if you're making $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Are you content being second fiddle making $1 million? Which, again, first world problems. I mean, I'll never make $1 million in a year. Most of our listeners, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, tell me if you make $1 million. 70470.
Yeah, can we be your friend?
I mean, these are first world problems to make $1 million+ in a year. But when you're making $1 million and your teammate's making 70, it's a big discrepancy. So the endorsement part of it is at least a factor. It's at least something to consider moving forward. I don't know if it'll be the end all be all. Like, I don't know what Sasaki wants. Cultural fit, right team, location. Does he need to be in the West? Does he want to be in the East? Like, what is the factor? You need to, if you're AJ Preller, you need to pinpoint the factor that matters and expose that and address it and exploit that. And that's what you need to lean on. I don't know what it is.
Well, we don't know what it is because he has not been posted yet.
Yep.
I would bet you as soon as he gets posted, we're going to find more and learn more about Roki Sasaki and where he wants to go just by what teams have spoken to him, and maybe you'll
learn about the meeting. Oh, he really liked the Japanese community in Seattle. I'm making it up.
Whatever, you know. So we'll know more when he's posted. And hopefully, I think you can, hopefully it's soon, because if he's posted between a certain time in December, you got the 45-day window there, and he can sign during next year's international signing period to get the full allotted
Bowden
pool.
reported was a formality, that it won't happen until January 15th, which is when all the teams have their full allocations of resources.
And if he's posted between, I think it was December 2nd and 15th, then not only do you have that 45-day window, but you can also decide which window you want to sign in. And it's going to be next year's window, but still you can have a long time leading up to next year's window to talk to teams, go through negotiations. The sweepstakes will then officially be on when he's posted. If he's posted on January 15th, it's almost like, okay, now we can sign him, but we haven't gone through his camp hasn't gone through the entire process of meeting with teams and everything. And then spring training starts in less than a month, pitchers and catchers reporting.
Right. You think you'd want to get it over with sooner rather than later, but he's not going to sign until at least January 15th. But he will be in a camp when spring training starts. This will not be, let's wait this thing off. This isn't going to be Scott Boras. No, he'll be in a camp when spring training starts in the middle of February. Is
there any part of you that thinks whenever he gets posted and whenever he signs, like say he signs with the Mariners, right, or whatever, is there any part of you that thinks like the Padres have no shot at this?
Is there any part of me right now that thinks the Padres have no shot at this?
Like we've been talking about this for no reason?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I think the 1000%. I will be shocked. No joke. I kid you not. With all sincerity, I will be shocked if the Padres are not all in on Roki Sasaki. I think it'll be a massive disappointment for the organization and its fans if they don't land him. That's where you're coming at it from. The expectation for me from the organization and its fan base is go land them.
I will be thoroughly disappointed.
Me too.
If they better at least be a finalist. Now, it's going to really suck if they're a finalist and they don't get them.
True.
But they better be, at worst, a finalist because they need to go all in on this guy.
I will be shocked if they're not a finalist. We want to hear from you. 70470. Start it with team. Where do you think he ends up? You can open up that talkback mic, search for San Diego Sports 760, click on the microphone icon, leave a 30-second talkback. We'll play them here on Jon and Jim. We have time. We're here until 6 p.m. All right, so that's the latest on Roki Sasaki. What's the latest on Juan Soto? We have new news. That's next on Jon and Jim. All right, back with you on Jon and Jim, San Diego Sports 760, celebrating the season with the iHeartRadio Holiday Special, one night to get you in the holiday spirit, with exclusive performances from Dan and Shay, Jennifer Hudson, Jimmy Fallon, and Kelly Clarkson, hosted by Mario Lopez. Listen to the show Wednesday, November 27th, 4 p.m., Holiday Seasons Radio on our free iHeartRadio app. Okay, so Jim Bowden, he should just be on the show. His first name's Jim. Perfect.
Jon and Jim Bowden.
Just clean swap here. Jim for Jim. Who says no? Does Foul Territory say no? They might. I say no? I don't say no.
I say no.
You don't want to work for Foul Territory?
Well, I don't want to be replaced by another Jim.
Okay.
So that fine. Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear from Jim Bowden, and then there's more on Juan Soto and who he's met with within the last 24 hours. He's met with basically everyone that has money. But this is Jim Bowden, the latest on Juan Soto.
This is Juan Soto's call, right? If it's me, I'm a Dodger. It's over. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to play with Betts, Ohtani, and Freeman, and I'm going to win as many world championships as I can. And if I have to leave 30 or 40 million on the table, I'm fine with that. I want to go to LA. I want to win. I want to sit there and live on the ocean in Malibu and have another home in Pasadena close to the ballpark, and that's where I'm going. But, in the case of Juan and his agent, Scott Boras, I am 100% convinced most money, most dollars, most years, that's what's getting Soto. So the question becomes, who is willing to match the best offer Steve Cohen's willing to put out there? Because like Yamamoto, I expect he's going to do something absurd like Peter McGowan did when he signed Barry Bonds back in the day. And I assume that it's going to be a question of where does Juan want to go. If he wants to go back to the Yankees and Hal Steinbrenner is willing to match or beat the final offer by a buck, I think there's a chance he goes back there. If Mark Walter and Dave Roberts and Andrew Freeman with the Dodgers say we're going to do the same thing with Yamamoto, we'll match what's ever there, I think the Dodgers have a chance here. I'm going to be surprised if it's one of the other three teams. I know the Phillies are making their run. I get it. I'm not going to be surprised if the Blue Jays end up with the second best offer on the table. So, look, there's other teams, I get it, that are going to be there. For me, I'll be surprised if he's not a Met, Yankee, or Dodger, and I'd probably put it in that order for him. Although for me, I would be Dodgers, Yankees, Mets.
All right, that's interesting perspective. But he's not saying, when he says I would be a Dodger, he's not saying Juan Soto, or sources are telling me
he was Juan Soto.
Yeah, no, I understand. The general point isn't exactly hard, but it goes against everything we said yesterday, which is money matters most to Juan Soto. How do we know that? Based on his actions. He's turned down $500 million. He's turned down Peter Seidler. Reportedly, we'll never know the full story there because Peter's no longer here. But you have waited 6 years to get to this point if you're Juan Soto. And you're going to take less to go to the Dodgers, which is something Jim Bowden, he said he would do. As in, if he was Juan Soto, I don't think Juan Soto takes less to go anywhere, including the Dodgers.
No shot.
I don't think so. I really don't.
No shot. Also, if he took $20 million less, that's not just $20 million less because California taxes are going to shred his contract by a lot. So
I haven't done the deep dive.
You almost have to overpay whatever other team is out there that's going to give him what he's looking for because it's California.
Right. If all things are equal, I'm making it up between Boston and LA. You're saying, well, hold on. If they're both 600, it's actually more money in Boston because of tax than it would be in Los Angeles.
Because back in 2019, Manny Machado, no one was offering him a $300 million contract. The closest I think was like what, 250, maybe
White Sox in the low twos.
Yep. That to me, it's like if the Padres wanted to get him, they had to overpay and give him more money, not only because, reasonings about signing a player or whatever, but because you're in California and taxes are a bitch. So if you want Juan Soto, he ain't going to take $20 million less to go to the Dodgers just to try and win multiple World Series.
Lance in our chat, by the way, find us on YouTube, search for Jon and Jim 760. It's a good point. And I hadn't even thought about it this way. And he says it bluntly, Dodgers don't need Juan Soto. I don't disagree.
But
if you are an outfielder,
if you are rich, which we are not,
right?
But if you are rich and you already have, and you've talked about this, say you have 2 Lamborghinis and you're rich and you can afford another Lamborghini, are you saying like, nah, I don't want another Lamborghini because I don't need one?
Right.
Oh, I actually want a red Lamborghini because I have a black and a blue one.
Fair point.
So I want a red one now. Like, that's where the Dodgers are at.
An embarrassment of riches.
In this sport right now. You're right. They don't need Juan Soto.
I really don't think they do. I think they could use Sasaki before Soto.
They probably don't need like a Corbin Burns or a Blake Snell or even a Sasaki. Maybe they do more than a Juan Soto. But my point is still the same, is because of the embarrassment of riches that the Dodgers possess and how they are such a leg up on everybody else in the sport, they can afford to go out and get another Lambo when they already have 3 Lambos.
No, you're right. And that's honestly, if I was running their organization, I think about it the same way. I mean, they're not in the business of just being like, you know what, we were good last year, so we're going to be good again next year. No, you're putting your foot on the pedal too.
We want
that's
multiple
what's
World
hard
Series.
about San Diego's positioning. AJ Preller did a very good job this past year. He positioned his team for success, and they had success. The problem is you got to do it again and again and again because of what's going on in Los Angeles. I guess in theory, you could say that about all the teams, because at the end of the day, you got to get through the best. But in this division, I mean, you really got to get through them. You're going to play them in the postseason before a team in the American League and so on and so forth. It's just you're in a tough spot, especially considering what you did last year. You were so well positioned. We talked about this yesterday. You were so well positioned this year. Now you're going up against this Lambo collector that wants Roki Sasaki, Juan Soto, and they just won the World Series.
And that's why we will continue to say it until the Padres start making moves and we see the direction that they're going to go this offseason, is that you cannot, by any circumstances, take a step back or a perceived step back. And that, to me, means like trading Luis Ariz because you don't want to give him $15 million a year, or not re-signing Jerkson Profar because you don't want to pay him $12 or $13 million a year. Like, no, I'm sorry. If you got to pay a little extra, you got to pay a little extra here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts here. If you do not, the window that you are in with Manny Machado and other players on the team, Dylan Cease, Michael King, it's going to be poof, gone, and no World Series title.
Text us right now. Where does Soto land? Where does Sasaki land? 70470, start it with team. Where does Juan Soto land? Where does Roki Sasaki land? 70470, start it with team. More on that on the other side. Plus, Colin Cowherd doubling down on something NFL and college football related. That's next.
All right, this update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. There's no more undefeated teams in the NBA anymore as the Celtics down the 15-0 Cavs yesterday in the NBA Cup group play, 120-117. Cavs fall now to 15-1 on the year. Lakers beat the Jazz 124-118. Big night from Dalton Connect as he made 9 threes and scored a career-high 37 points in the win. And of course, today, in about a half hour from now, John, we'll find out the Cy Young Award winners in the American League and National League. Shocker, it's going to be Chris Sale and Tariq Skubal. Are you surprised by this?
Oh, thanks. Go listen to FM music.
Progressive Insurance offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great bundled today at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Top 10 votes for Dylan Cease or Michael King?
That's a good question.
I will say yes.
I will say yes to Michael King, not Dylan Cease.
Not top 10 votes?
No. And I know that no Padre will win an MVP award, but I'm curious to see where like Jackson Merrill, Manny Machado land.
That's a good point. Like,
the
are there some votes in there?
Because that's a thing. Like people have in their contracts, if you finish top 10 MVP voting, right, top 5, you get like a bonus.
I mean, King's year is awesome. We talked about how Skeens, that sub-2 ERA sticks out. Michael King's sub-3 ERA sticks out. Again, it's not sub-2.
No.
But you have a sub-3, you make 31 starts. Like, you put together an impressive. Yeah, that's probably a top 10 year.
200-plus strikeouts, almost 200 innings pitched, a low whip.
4.2 WAR is a really good year.
He'll finish top 10.
Now,
maybe top 5.
I haven't even looked recently at the year from. I just want to look at the Cease year again. I want to look at it because they're going to need more, I think, in 2025.
They are.
You look at the Cease year. It's a fine year. He had a 4.2 WAR, actually, like King. He had a 3.47 ERA.
Well, no-hitter helps.
Oh, the no-hitter absolutely helped. He threw 189 in a third inning, struck out 224.
It's that ERA, though, that
I'm telling you right now, he's got a top 10 vote.
Okay.
I think
probably right.
I don't know how they're going to display it. Is it 10 vote? Are there 1 through 10 for Cy Young? There are for MVP. Like, am I voting for 10 pitchers for Cy Young? Am I voting for 5? If I'm voting for 10, I think he gets the top 10.
There might be 5.
Well, so we'll see. But you said that comes out in the 3:00 hour?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the award season in baseball, John.
Oh, geez. I wish I would have known
Cy Young's today. I think tomorrow's MVP.
Yeah. Okay.
Tomorrow's MVP. So, shocker.
Why don't they do it?
Ohtani
why
and
don't they
Judge.
do it on Thanksgiving during like the Lions game?
That's a good idea. Baseball.
Next year, they should do it like halftime of the Lions game.
Who do you think?
I think it's funny that NFL has their award show like in prime time on like a Thursday at night.
ESPN, NFL,
and MLB scatters theirs throughout the afternoon, like throughout the course of a week.
Like maybe you do the awards. Just hear me out for 1 second. And I know we always kill MLB and marketing, and you and I and Brent too. I love Major League Baseball. I love baseball, but the marketing's terrible. And it's too easy. It's so easy to pile on. Why wouldn't you do it during the World Series? The voting has occurred.
It's already been done. Yeah.
Well, why couldn't you say prior to game 1, let's do Cy Young Award winners?
Because they want to stretch this thing out, John.
But are they really getting
they want to stay? They want to
appeal?
Stay in the news cycle for as long as possible.
Do you think this is getting more clicks than the Aaron Rodgers like Jets stories?
No, which is a crazy story.
We'll get to.
No.
Okay, you can weigh in. Where do you think Juan Soto lands? Where do you think Roki Sasaki lands? Text us 70470. Start it with team or tag us on social media at Jon and Jim. That's JONANDJIM. Dion to Dallas, honestly, is not as crazy as it sounds. And we're going to hear from Colin Cowherd, then we can react to it. It really isn't crazy. It's just where I would start the conversation. I'm not saying it's likely. It just, to me, it is not crazy. This is Colin Cowherd. You'll hear from Michael Irvin in here, then we can react.
So yesterday, the playmaker, one of the great receivers of all time, the Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Emmitt Smith, Dallas Cowboys. Michael Irvin remains relevant and interesting. So this past weekend, he was going to Cowboy games and he was going to the Jake Paul Tyson fight. And Michael Irvin also went to the Colorado game. And there's been a lot of talk, and I think it's obvious if you're paying attention that McCarthy's out and they're looking for a rock star as a head coach. Well, there's this guy named Deion Sanders, the former Dallas Cowboy, who has bet on himself his entire life. Jackson State, Colorado. As a player, he was bouncing around Falcons to Cowboys to Niners, and You're a very confident guy. So there's this feeling that Deion, although Deion said I'm not interested, would be in line to get the Cowboys job. And Michael Irvin was asked about that possibility.
If Jerry and the Cowboys up there around 1 and going to get Shador, if you want somebody to follow footsteps, you got Shador, you get Deion. I believe 100%. And I can tell you, good sources have told me that.
Okay, that made news. Now, Deion Sanders said, and I'll quote him, "Hey, I'm happy. I've got my kickstand down. You know what a kickstand is? I'm resting. It should be duly noted that kickstands are always temporary. They're not down forever. Somebody gets on that bike. And I am convinced if Dallas gets the number 1 pick, and I think they have a chance to, I think they're going to draft Shador Sanders and hire Deion Sanders as coach." The funniest response to this is, well, Dak has a no-trade clause. Yeah, so did Russell Wilson. You don't think Dak would waive that in 2 seconds if they drafted Shador Sanders? By the way, Aaron Rodgers, March 2022. Packers signed him to the biggest annual payment deal in the league at quarterback. By April of 2023, he was a Jet. Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019. Remember him? For about a minute, he was the highest paid quarterback. 2 years later, they drafted Trey Lance. Again, Russell Wilson had a no-trade clause. Nobody cares.
I kind of appreciate the take. I'm not saying it's likely, but if his son truly landed with an NFL team, which is happening, Shador is going to be in the NFL.
With top 10 pick.
Yeah, he's right. Top 10. It could be first overall. I mean, maybe it sounds crazy. Maybe it doesn't. You could absolutely make the argument Dallas doesn't have to take Shador Sanders. We could talk about Dak. But if Shador Sanders ends up in Dallas, I mean, Deion got into coaching because of his kids. He went to Jackson State. His kids follow him along. He goes to Colorado. His kids follow him along. I don't think he was enamored with coaching 25 years ago. But it's kept him close to his children. He's got kids that have been great, obviously, at football collegiately. I mean, it just kind of keeps you in the family game. So I just feel like if Shador ends up there, is it that crazy? Is it as crazy as it sounds?
It would be such a Jerry Cowboys thing to do.
Like
hiring Deion,
drafting
Shador, and continuing a circus vibe with your organization. Sure. Not saying that Deion couldn't be successful, but I just envision him more as a college coach,
which he has said,
than NFL, just because sometimes your shtick doesn't work. Harbaugh, to me, is the best example of a guy who could go anywhere and succeed. I don't know if Deion can do that. Like NFL to college. I don't know.
I think that would be a disaster because
with Deion or Shador,
well, both, the combination. Because
it is.
Deion can get away with playing favoritism for his son at college.
Yeah.
When you get grown ass men that are in there also making millions of dollars, they're not going to be like, we don't care if that's your kid, Deion. If he's playing poorly, you got to bench him. And no, we're not going to play his stupid rap song every time he throws a 20-yard pass and just, stuff like that they'll put up with that crap in Colorado, or if he goes to the Seminoles or something like that. They won't do that in the NFL. I don't think the players will have it.
The one thing I would say, Jim, to your point about Hayes, a really good, it's worked in college, and it has. Jackson State worked. Year 1 in Colorado obviously wasn't perfect, but year 2 is going very well.
Yeah.
But he is the CEO, by his own admission, right? He's never going to touch play calling. He doesn't want to, but he's a great motivator. We all see it. We know what he is with the media. We know what he means. But the NFL, when I think NFL, I think CEO. I think CEO types. I think overseers. Now, there's some brilliant play callers in the NFL. Unbelievable.
Andy
play
Reid,
callers.
Kyle Shanahan,
Sean McVay.
Sean
There's
McVay.
guys. There's a lot, and some of the best. Yep. So those are the best teams in the NFL. Have brilliant play callers. But is it a requirement?
No.
That's my thought.
Because you got guys
no recruiting.
While my example, Jim Harbaugh, amazing. Wherever he goes, he wins. Guess what? He's not calling plays. Nope. He hires offensive coordinator and his defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Same thing this year with Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell doesn't call plays.
That's right.
He has Ben Johnson and
whoever going to get any job now, right?
Probably, yeah. And whoever their defensive coordinator is. There's other coaches in the league that are the same way. I'm not saying Deion couldn't succeed. I'm just saying that like his shtick, I don't know if it would translate. Like it might because it's Deion.
It's definitely a shtick, man.
But
some of it really does work. I just wonder, like, also to Brent's point, I feel like when the wheels come off, they're fully off.
Because the thing that like isn't going to play in the NFL is Shador calling out his offensive line during press conferences.
Never in a million years.
Deion calling out players during press conferences and calling out reporters during press conferences and not allowing some reporters to be inside the room. Like,
that Boulder isn't Dallas.
That ain't going to fly in the NFL, dude.
Wearing the rollie while you're playing football and stuff like that.
I mean, it's interesting because the reason I say it's not impossible to envision is I can envision Deion Sanders coaching Shador because I've seen it.
Yeah.
So if Shador, and I don't know, maybe it's not Dallas because maybe I'm making it up. Jacksonville gets the number 1 overall pick, and he spent time in Tallahassee.
Well, here's the teams right now.
In Jacksonville.
Here's the teams that have the chance at Shador. So Jacksonville right now is the number 1 overall pick.
Okay,
could do it.
Giants
could do it.
Vegas, Tennessee, Cleveland, New England, the Jets, and then you get to Carolina and Dallas.
The Jets package deal after everything they've just been through.
Aaron Rodgers to Dallas.
Well, if they're going to pull an Eli, and if Deion did get the Cowboys job, and they're going to make it so if the Cowboys have the 7th overall pick, and they're going to make it so Shador will only play for his dad, that's also probably going to be a bad look as well.
Deion, the head coach at Colorado in 2025?
I don't know yet.
It's possible.
I'll say yes, but it's Jerry, and he can do something stupid and crazy.
The money's crazy. You can't compare.
Yeah. I think it's more likely he'll end up in Florida State than he will in Dallas.
Also Florida State, which is 1-9 right now. That is a good point. All right. Last year's offensive coordinator for Deion Sanders, Sean Lewis, commenting on the state of San Diego State, the turnaround he previously did in college, and what's to come here at San Diego State as well. You'll hear from Sean Lewis on the other side. We're here until 6 p.m. It's Jon and Jim. All right, so I haven't even looked at the score. You don't even know what I'm going to say. But you're going to be amazed. So I haven't even looked. I know Kent State played. Obviously,
Kent State talk.
no, but hear me out.
Not as we get a 4-hour show.
No, you're always going to say that. But hear me out. You're actually going to find it. You have to listen. Kent State plays last night. Okay, that's fine. And they led early. First lead of the year. Okay, so hear me out. They're winless since Sean Lewis left 2 years ago.
They haven't won a game?
Zip. Okay.
Okay.
So I think it's a very good question from Lee Hacksaw Hamilton. Okay. This is at Sean Lewis's.
This is what happens to get a 4-hour show.
But hear me out. But so Sean Lewis meets with the media every Monday, which means Hacksaw is there every Monday.
Oh,
so
he's definitely there every single day.
And again, Kent State, and I know Aztec fans want the team to be better. Of course, so does Sean, right? They're 3-7. Like, so does Sean Lewis, right? But Kent State hasn't won a game against an FBS team since he left 2 years ago. I think that's 20 consecutive losses. It might be 21 consecutive losses. Lee Hacksaw Hamilton says, how did he flip Kent State? Take a listen.
Same way we're going to do the thing around here. Do it the right way. Pour into people, right? This is a people business, right? So you pour into people the right way. You get the right people in the right chairs, which we do, and we have here, right? And you get everyone, rolling in the same direction, day in and day out with it all. And you stay consistent. You know that your process works. You believe in it. You believe in your people. You pour into your people, and everything will be right.
So, again, I get it. They're 3-7. I was there in Las Vegas. They lost by 21 points. We watched Boise, right? We see where Boise's positioned, one of the top teams in the country right now. And of course, you want them to be better than where they were. You don't have to go all that far back to know that Sean Lewis's first year at Kent State, they were worse. They went 2-10 his first year. By their second year, they were in a bowl game. And I want to say, I'd have to look this up. I think in the third year, maybe they were in a MAC championship game. So now things have changed. The next question was actually from Kirk Kenny. He said, well, is it harder now? With the portal, now it's harder for everyone, right? Yeah. And that's fair. Sure, we can have that conversation as well. But what do you make of that? Again, Kent State hasn't won since Sean Lewis left.
That's kind of wild.
Is that not unbelievable?
That's crazy. What was their record in their final year with Sean Lewis? Do you know?
I think it was 7-6, Jim. I can look it up.
So for their standards, that's like an amazing year.
4 power games. You're playing Penn State, Ohio State.
Yeah.
It's like
they need money.
They're just writing checks.
Yep.
They're playing Oklahoma.
So I always said this about the first year for Sean Lewis. First year for Sean Lewis, I'm really not that concerned about the record. I really am.
Yeah, you have said that.
I'm really not. Yeah. Like, you can't be. If you're looking bigger picture here, if you are so upset with this season, I would say probably take a step back and think about a bigger picture here. Now, if in year 2 it's the same product and they're still at 3-7 at this time next year, then we might have a problem. But year 1, it's about creating a foundation for a program. He flipped the entire program over. Everybody. How many players are returning from last year's team, John? Like a handful?
I mean, they have as many newcomers as any team in the country by and large. There might be one other team in America with more newcomers.
90% of the coaching staff, 95% of the entire roster, all different. Yeah. You have a true freshman starting quarterback.
Yep.
Everybody is new. And they're also dealing with some injuries. Not saying that that's the reason why they're 3-7, but every team deals with injuries. But year 1 for me was about building a foundation. I will say that it's so far not where I want it in year 1 as far as building a foundation goes, but there are some glimpses of things that you're like, okay, I like that. Like the defense to start the year played really well. There's some times on offense where you're like, that's great. Or the first half against Central Michigan was awesome. They played a really good game against Washington State. It just came down to the turnover at the end by
Danny.
Yep. So for me, year 1 record, not going to put too much stock into it. Year 2, though, that's when I need to see like improvement, and that's in the record, and that's where you gotta make a bowl game next year. In my opinion, you gotta make a bowl game, even if it's 6-6.
Sure.
you got to make a bowl game next year.
Like, listen to this. The years before Sean Lewis got to Kent State, just listen to this: 2-9, 3-9, 3-9, 2-10. Okay, he gets there: 2-10, 7-6, 3-1, 7-7. And again, they were playing games against 4 power opponents in some years. So in the MAC, for example, in the MAC, he went 6-2 his last year. He went 3-1 that one COVID year in the MAC. So he was having success in the league. I guess the point is the point that he's done this before. Now it's a new world, but it's a new world for everyone. But he's taken a program and turned the thing on its head, and it's taken a year. And honestly, I think before the season started, he said, when asked directly about it, how long does it take to get, your system up to speed, so to speak? He said, honestly, probably somewhere in that 1.5 year range. It's 18 games. It's all new. And it's like running with, it's like taking off what do you do when you swim and you don't know how to swim? You wear the things, like you take them off. It's harder to swim.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, if 7-6 is the high mark here at San Diego State for him, that's not good enough.
No, but you can't but the difference is he'll be given more resources than he was provided at Kent State, which
100%.
He's not going to play 4 road games. He's not going to play Penn State, Ohio State, Alabama on the road in the same year.
The standard here is build towards getting to a conference championship. And, it will be different now because after next season, you're in the Pac-12 conference. So you're going to be playing Washington State and Oregon State every single year.
Boise every year.
Every year. Boise, if they make college football playoffs this year, which they're most likely going to, and if they make some noise in the college football playoffs, and if Ashton Genty is a finalist for a Heisman, which he should be, and he goes to New York, you know how much that's going to help their program for the next 5, 6, 7 years?
Could be a lot.
And so you're going to have a lot. The competition's going to get tougher, and it's not going to get easier. And the standard is going to conference championship games. It's not just getting to a bowl game at 6-6. And so that's where I hope, trending towards next year and then building on what they did this year. And then hopefully next year making a bowl game. And by year 3 or 4, they are contending for not only just a conference championship, but hell, a spot in the college football playoffs. That is where they have talked about going. And if you don't get there, then you don't get there. But that's what the expectation is after this season.
Yeah, and again, the difference is NIL now matters. And if you're an Aztec fan, I would just say that. NIL now matters. Football, basketball, and beyond. All right. We'll hear from Jon Heyman coming up on the other side. Jim's take on Instagram was ripped. We'll react to that in the 3 o'clock hour. We've got a giveaway for you today, a 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals. My buddy John Kurtz, he's a college football insider. We'll react to the college football playoff rankings and much more. He'll join us coming up at 4:30. This is Jon and Jim.
All right, this update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. We'll start in the NBA. There's no more undefeated teams left, John, as yesterday the Celtics beat the Cavs 121-17 to hand the Cavs their first loss of the year. Lakers, they beat the Jazz. Dalton Knecht had a career night going for 37 points on 9 threes, made a rookie record. And today, right now, we're going to find out who the AL and NL Cy Young Award winners are. The favorites are Tariq Skubal and Chris Sale. Progressive Insurance offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great. Bundle today at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour 2. That's right, hour 2. You heard me right. If you're just getting to the show, we've been expanded from 3 hours to 4 hours each and every weekday on San Diego Sports 760. You can listen to us on the free iHeartRadio app. Take us with you wherever you go. We are on YouTube. Search for Jon and Jim 760. We are on HD Radio 1015, channel number 2. And if you've listened to us before, we give you news when we know the news. And here's news that we've given you previously that's now official. Rob Manfred is the commissioner of Major League Baseball, and he has said within the last few minutes he expects Roki Sasaki to sign with the Major League club as part of the 2025 international class. This was a formality. We've talked about it for a week. Now the commissioner is essentially confirming it. He won't sign now.
Nope.
He'll sign later. Later being January 15th and beyond in 2025. That means he will be a part of a Major League roster in 2025. So Rob Manfred essentially confirming what we've been discussing for weeks on end, that Roki Sasaki is coming and he's going to be posted in 2025. It's important because teams don't have money anymore. Most of the international money for 2024 by most teams has been spent, including the San Diego Padres. They literally have no money. They have $2,000 to spend. But come January 15th, Jim, the Padres have something like $6 or $7 million. So it will allow them to compete potentially for the rights to Roki Sasaki.
They will have officially $6.2 million. Okay.
I take it.
Dodgers will have less than that, a little over $5 million.
Let's go. There's other teams that have more than 7.
No, the teams that are maxed out is I think 7.5 million.
Yeah, so there's teams that have 7.
Yeah. More than the Padres, more than the Dodgers. But you know, this is not about money. It's just not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's about everything other than that, which is fit, location, team, endorsement opportunities, pitching, development programs. All of that is going to play more of a factor into this decision for Roki Sasaki than how much money can he get. Which yeah. I kind of like. I like that. It's kind of refreshing to talk about somebody and not have to worry about like the money side of it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're okay, I'll give you an example. It's like college recruiting.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Now, but again, there's still the haves and the have-nots when it comes to recruiting. And the same thing is going to play out here because yes, it's not sheer dollars and cents, but you can eliminate some teams automatically because they don't have the resources to
A's, Marlins.
Yeah, they don't have the resources to compete now or long term or to be a contender. Like one thing I know about Sasaki, I've never spoken with him, but one thing I can guarantee you is he's not trying to get to a club that can't compete. I know that. He's got to think he's going to a club that's in the top half of Major League Baseball, and the Padres would certainly qualify as one of the teams in the top half. And then from there, it's like, what are your priorities? That's really the question. If you missed it in the first hour of the show, Jim Bowden said he thought there was an 85 to 90% chance that Roki Sasaki didn't end up with the LA Dodgers. That to me is a really significant story. That's not he thinks. That's through his sourced reporting. Through his reporting, he believes there's an 85 to 90% chance that Roki Sasaki does not end up with the LA Dodgers.
I hope he's right. I hear his explanation, and it makes a lot of sense. It just does. Like, using just your common knowledge of the Dodgers already having Yamamoto and Ohtani, knowing that wherever Sasaki goes, the majority of his money will have to come from endorsements. That's not on the Dodgers. Also, the Japanese culture, they're very big on not stepping on each other's toes. Like, they don't want to try to outshine someone else. So if you go to a spot where you're in a rotation with Ohtani and Yamamoto, stepping on somebody's toes there, it's not something that Japanese culture in baseball they do, or they like doing.
I agree. Now, Darvish, but again, Darvish, you could argue, is more of like the mentor, take under wing on the way out. I think he's seen as like a godparent. We've read some things where he's like seen as a godparent to Roki Sasaki. And the thing is, Darvish and Sasaki won't be long for the majors together.
Right.
Because you can't beat Father Time, and Darvish is already 38. So he'll be 39 at some point late in the 2025 season. We have no idea how much longer Darvish is going to pitch in the major leagues.
None.
A year or two, and you might say, John, he's under a contract for a 7-year deal. He's got 5 years left in his deal. That doesn't mean anything. He could retire.
Right.
Is he going to be pitching for the Padres in 5 years? If so, the Padres aren't going to be very good.
That would be
because he's going to be 44 years old. So, I mean, that's a significant story. I mean, Roki Sasaki is coming, and it's the biggest offseason storyline for the San Diego Padres. Not maybe in baseball. There's Juan Soto, there's Blake Snell, but it's going to be the biggest offseason storyline for the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, and we both would be utterly shocked if they aren't 100% full court press in on Roki Sasaki. At least, I mean, I better see finalists. I better see, AJ Preller is like desperately wanting to sign Roki Sasaki. I need to see all of that, because if I don't, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Padres are coming off the disappointment of October. So that's where you start your offseason, from a disappointed position. Now, it wasn't a bad year. Make no mistake. It was not a bad year at all. It was a good year. We could argue the merits or the semantics of was it a special year. We've done it.
Yeah.
But you're starting your offseason, Padres fans, that you checked out the last two series of the postseason. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't want to watch the Dodgers beat the Mets and the Dodgers beat the Yankees and the Dodgers. I get it. And when that happens with your team, you're slowly dipping your toes back in the water right now. But as you dip your toes back in the water, you better get hopefully some things that you're hoping for, because the disappointment is still raw and real. So this offseason can't just be like, they traded away Arise and they lost Jerkson Profar. And man, they got some good young internal candidates for spots 4 and 5 in the rotation. That's like, oh man, that's so disappointing.
I don't want to hear at all at the start of spring training AJ Preller talking about how they have faith in guys like Randy Vasquez and Johnny Brito and Matt Waldron to fill out the rotation, and no Roki Sasaki to talk about.
You'll hear it about one of the spots.
One of
them.
But
if it's with Sasaki, I'm all for it.
Correct.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
All for
but
it, but not for two of them.
No, but if their plan is to give guys in the system more opportunity, I have a problem with that.
Right.
That is not, to me, keeping your foot on the gas pedal. That is settling. That is accepting that the organization is either not allowing AJ Preller to go out and spend some money here, or something else. I don't know. But you, as an organization, we've heard a lot so far, John, about how they still want to cut back on the payroll. That, to me, man, you are playing, like, what's the saying you always say? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
I do say that.
You are playing a stupid game and are going to win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
If, as an organization, you say to yourself, we're going to take a step back payroll-wise, and, we need to trade Luis Arise. And, the Roki Sasaki thing, it wouldn't have cost us a lot of money, but we love our internal candidates a little more, and we'll make maybe some trades for some guys that aren't making a bunch of money too, and they have control and this and that, I will be livid.
I don't think it's about cutting payroll. And maybe it has been reported. Maybe Kevin has written that that's a possibility. I need to see the exact way it's been worded about like a report that says they'll cut
No,
payroll.
not cut payroll, but not
add to it.
Not add to
Here's
it.
the
Still
thing.
look to
Well,
scale
here's
back
the
a
thing.
little bit.
Here's the difference. It's like inflation. It's like your $100 isn't going as far next year because your $100 last year, Luis Ariz was free.
True.
So now you're taking up your $100 with Luis Ariz. You're taking up your $100 with arbitration Michael King. You're taking up your $100 with Jerks and Profar went from $1 to $15 in this dumb analogy I'm using. But there's been a lot of inflation for the Padres. So your payroll might not go down a penny, but you're losing players. You can't, quote unquote, afford Jerks and Profar. You can't, quote unquote, afford Kyle Higashioka, Luis Ariz, and others. And that's where I would be an advocate. Again, it's not my money. If you have to go over the CBT, you do it because that doesn't necessarily make you a better team. You're just bringing back pieces that are necessary to be capable of getting to where you got in 2024.
And you still need more.
Right. That's just getting you back to maybe where you were in 2020.
That's why the adage that I've been hearing of run it back. You run it back. Okay, great. Run it back with the same players. Guess what?
Well, they're not going to.
Well, they're not going to, but you get my point is cool. Run it back with the same players that didn't get you even to the NLCS or even win you a division. How does that logic make sense? How does that make sense to bring back a team and quote unquote run it all the way back when you didn't even win a World Series?
Yeah, but would you run back being up 2-1 against the LA Dodgers? I would.
Probably, yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
but
it's 2 games. Now they played terribly in those 2 games.
But, hey, out of 10 times, maybe you win only 3 because the Dodgers are still the Dodgers.
I'll take my math there.
And what if the Dodgers get Juan Soto? And what if the Dodgers get Roki Sasaki?
Yeah, but you can't control
or Coburn
that.
Burns.
You can't control that. If someone told me right now, I can fast forward 1 year to the day, and the Padres are hosting the LA Dodgers in the NLDS with the 2-1
I would
lead,
love to run it back
I don't care what the
way.
Dodgers roster is.
Okay.
Right?
Because you take that
because
every
that's
time.
where you're going to get. I mean,
that's
the best case scenario.
Yep.
They might have Sasaki, Ohtani, Glass now on the mound, but I'm up 2-1, not them.
And can a roster that you fully bring all the way back get you to that point?
I don't know because we can't. That's such a hypothetical. It's like, would the 72 Dolphins beat the 85 Bears? We don't know because you'll never get the 2024 Padres again on the field. It's like, have you ever been to a wedding? Jim, have you been to a wedding?
I have been to a wedding.
Your wedding is the only time in the history of human history those people will all be together again. You will never have that group of people together ever again as long as we live.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
That's how I thought about my wedding. I'm like, there is never going to be a moment in time when we have everybody in this room together at the same time.
Do I want to talk to Aaron's dad about East Stroudsburg football? I do. Would I prefer to spend more time doing it? Yeah, I absolutely would like to do it. But
he loves you more than me.
Correct. I'll see you at Thanksgiving.
You're the son he's always wanted.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, great.
I'll
awesome.
See you guys.
You coming over for dinner? We have turkey. I don't know if we can get some fake turkey for you.
They have it available. I think her dad would do it for me.
Probably.
All right. We'll have Cy Young Award winners for you this hour. Plus, Jim gets roasted on social media. Take 100. Stay with us on Jon and Jim. football back on the road Saturday. Utah State in Logan, pregame with Ben Fletcher, J.R. Tolf at 10:30 in the morning. Cambridge have the kickoff at 12:30 on your home for the Aztecs. San Diego Sports 760. Insider, he will join us at 4:30. The latest college football playoff rankings are out. It's good news for the Group of Five and the Mountain West with Boise State currently sitting in a position to potentially get a bye. He will join us coming up at 4:30. So we've spent a lot of time today on both Roki Sasaki and Juan Soto.
Mm-hmm.
The Juan Soto thing could be coming to a culmination sooner rather than later. We'll hear from John Homan. 4-hour show, man.
It's hour 2.
They wanted
it. It's hour 2.
John Homan
or Heyman. How's it Wednesday, by the way? I was thinking that
it should be like
I was thinking that today.
Saturday.
I thought it was Thursday.
Like, wow, is it Wednesday only?
Right.
Like, what happened?
It's like anytime you have a new schedule.
Oh yeah,
right.
Things become
days
become
job,
longer. Yeah.
Your child changes schools. You change your job.
Yeah.
Right now, all of a sudden, you're going to the gym. It's like New Year's resolutions. Everything changes. One little thing. You're going to the gym after work. That changes everything. You're going to the gym before work. It changes everything.
I also hate how, until December 21st, the days get short. Like the days get shorter as far as.
No, they're all 24 hours.
No, I know they're 24 hours, but light, like the sun goes down and you get less light. No.
You're saying, yes, the amount of daylight?
That checks
Not
out.
daylight,
When the sun goes down,
Yeah,
you get less light.
Yeah, right. We move the clocks.
December 21st.
The sun is still doing its part.
It's not
Like,
going
it's
anywhere.
A big ball of
Earth is
glass,
still
it's doing its stuff.
spinning. The sun's still
But
going.
no, your point's valid. Like we leave here, it's dark. We leave here in June, it's sunny.
Yes, and I don't like that.
You don't like when it's dark.
I don't like when it's dark
I
when I
mean,
leave
it's
here.
not like we're clearing off our car with this.
You should move to that place in Alaska where it's like daylight for like 3 months.
24 hours straight, but it's also nighttime for 24 hours straight.
Not opposed.
Just summer home.
Yeah, summer home. Anyway,
Summer home in Alaska.
John Heyman.
Or Homan.
When should we expect Juan Soto to sign?
We had this issue last year with Ohtani, who signed right after the winter meetings. I think Soto will actually sign sooner. I mean, look, these meetings were last week and this week. There were no offers, from what I understand, at these meetings. I think they felt that there were actually some family members there from teams. So I think they thought that would be gauche to do the offers at that point. And the offers will start coming in very soon after these meetings. And I wouldn't be shocked if he's able to sign before the winter meetings. Would they prefer to do it at the winter meetings for the big announcement? Maybe. But look at Ohtani. He didn't do it at the meetings. They did it a little bit after the meetings. So meetings are in Dallas beginning the 9th or so of December. But I think there's a decent chance that Soto will sign sooner than that. And again, I mean, the numbers are out there. 600 million, 700 million. One thing I will add, I do believe there will be opt-outs, all the bells and whistles, but not going to be shocked if he gets to 700 million.
CNT. There's a vocal cord thing going on, John.
Yeah.
John Heyman, like you
drink some tea.
You got an issue right now with your voice.
Yeah.
That does not sound good. And you might need vocal cord like restructuring.
It's called tea. Put some
No,
honey
he
in
needs more than
it.
tea. Listen to that.
Put a little lemon in it.
He sounds awful.
Yeah, it's awful.
But he does bring up an interesting point, which is Soto's met with all these teams now. He just met with the Yankees in California.
They're not going to meet again.
Like, how much more do you really need? And if you're Soto, you've said this too. I don't think you're waiting till like spring training.
Nope.
You're the top dog. You set the rules. So wouldn't you want A, max money? We've said it. He wants the most money he can get. And B, it's on your timeline. I mean, like drawing it out does what? Does it get you more money? Is it kind of like buying a house? Like, hey, Jim, you put in an offer. Now John put in an offer. Hey, do you go back to Jim? Hey, John put in an offer.
The only way this thing gets drawn out is if teams don't give him what he wants. Like if no team is willing to go the 600 million route, then he's going to draw it out. But the Mets will go that high, I believe. I think the Dodgers could easily go that high. The Blue Jays, to me, stop talking about the Blue Jays. They're not going to sign Juan Soto. Not happening. The Yankees, like those are the three teams: Yankees, Mets, Dodgers. Right. Maybe outside chance the Phillies because of
money.
Because they got money. I mean, they got money. The relationship he has with Trey Turner. I mean, think of a lineup with Trey Turner, Juan Soto, and Bryce Harper in it.
Yeah, their lineup's already good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So I agree with vocal cordless John Heyman there.
He sounds awful.
That this thing will be wrapped up either at the winter meetings or shortly after that.
Can we hear 5 more seconds? Just play something from Heyman there, Brent. Just click on a random point. Listen to how bad his voice sounds.
I think they felt that there were actually some family members there from teams. So I think they thought that would be gauche to do.
It sounds like Jim's 2-minute drill from a couple days ago.
And the offers will start coming in very soon after these meetings. And
I can't deal with that. All right, we have a National League Cy Young Award winner. Jim told you this would be the case yesterday. Chris Sale has won the 2024 NL Cy Young over Zach Wheeler, who will finish in second. Paul Skeens, Rookie of the Year in the National League, finishes third, and Dylan Cease gets 4th place in the NIL.
Are you okay?
I'll see you guys tomorrow. You told me Cease wasn't going to get any votes. Guy's top 4 finisher.
I was wrong.
He's arbitration, right?
He is.
Dude, look out for that number, too. What's Dylan Cease going to make next year? Yeah, it's another thing to consider.
So I didn't realize just how good of a season Zach Wheeler had. He had a 6.1 WAR, a 2.57 ERA in 32 starts, 200 innings pitched, 224 strikeouts, and a sub-1 WHIP.
That's good.
It's really good. Now, when you look at Chris Sale, he got the Triple Crown as far as pitchers go in the National League.
Which is bonkers.
And he didn't get
a
unanimous selection.
He had a lot. I mean, 26 votes. We always talk about the localization of baseball. That's why it's hard to get unanimous.
So Chris Sale had a higher WAR, a better ERA, not as many innings pitched, a couple more strikeouts, and a little higher WHIP. But he still finished with the Triple Crown in the National League: most wins, ERA, and strikeouts.
Right. So what you're saying, he should have been unanimous?
Well, it's interesting how you get the Triple Crown and as a pitcher, the 3 things that you are considered to be that, and you don't win unanimously. Interesting. Now, looking at Zach Wheeler's year, like, it's pretty comparable. It's not like a Chris
runaway.
Chris Sale had a 1.5 ERA.
Sure. All right, we'll react to that on the other side. Plus, we'll get an AL Cy Young Award winner. Plus, we're going to hear Jim's take from yesterday's Jon and Jim on Paul Skeens that got roasted last night on the internet. This is Jon and Jim. All right, hey guys, it is Jon and Jim for our friends over at Hamul Casino. There's still time this November to get out there for a chance to win a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, because one lucky winner each week will be driving home that brand new Mercedes-Benz. That's every Monday in November. But listen to this. You can earn entries all month long just by playing. And on Tuesdays, you can earn 2 times entries.
Yeah, not only could you win a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, but also you can play in their Run Good Road Trip Poker Tournament happening right now at the rooftop at Hamul Casino with a $200,000 guaranteed prize pool. It's an event that you do not want to miss. Just visit their website for all the details.
And if you're going to be celebrating Thanksgiving like most human beings, you can get out to Hamul all month long at Burgers and Shakes with their Turkey Day Melt, or indulge in the Thanksgiving calzone at Pizzeria. So then November 28th, you can join them over at Tony Gwynn's Endless Dining for football and all your favorite Thanksgiving dishes.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn Sports Pub is the place to be to watch a sporting event. NFL, NBA, NHL, they have it all. They also have amazing food that you will love. The Slam Diego Burger with truffle fries, highly recommended. Hamul Casino, it's fun above all else. All right, this update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Breaking news in baseball. The NL Cy Young Award was just announced. Chris Sale wins the award. Zach Wheeler finishes in second. Paul Skeens finishes third. And Dylan Cease finishes fourth in the NL Cy Young Award voting. Lakers last night beat the Jazz 124-118. Dalton Knecht had a career night, going off for 37 points and making 9 threes in the win, a rookie record for him. Progressive Insurance offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great. Bundle today at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
So you just mentioned Dylan Cease. We talked about he finished fourth in National Cy Young voting. He made $8 million last year. He is arbitration eligible. He's a free agent after that. So he got a bump of $2.3 million from $5.7 million salary to $8 million salary. So I don't know if he's going to go for years. I guess maybe $8 million salary to $12 or $13 million salary. Yeah, that's kind of where he's in line to go arbitration wise. Pretty affordable for a pitcher. But also goes back to our initial point that the Padres money isn't going as far in 2025 as when in 2024 because that's more expensive.
You win, you have success. It costs you money. You can't just continue to have success and not spend money. Unless you're like the Rays, but the Rays, you know, even that strategy, it's just so hard to do. It really is. I mean, they went on a stretch where they won like 90 plus games, how many years in a row? And still, like, stadium sucks, no fans, like no superstars on their team.
Right.
It's great, but you know, they didn't win a World Series either.
They got
so
to one.
They did in the short 2020 year, and then back in 2008. But things are going to cost money. Like, to keep Dylan Cease is going to cost you money. To keep Michael King long term is going to cost you money. You need those guys on this roster.
Yes.
Luis Ariz, it's going to cost you money. You know, these guys are some of the best players in the game. Luis Ariz, one of the best hitters in baseball, 4-time batting champ. Michael King turned into a top 15 pitcher in baseball, top 10 pitcher in baseball potentially. Dylan Cease finished 4th in the Cy Young voting. You know, threw a no-hitter last year. Guy's going to give you consistently around 180, 200 innings, 200 plus strikeouts, give you 30 starts every single year. Like, it costs money, and that's why I'm hoping ownership doesn't decide to look at the bottom dollar and go, yeah, let's save a little money here and save a little money. Like, no, keep spending. You need to win now.
2025 likely to be pitching for the Padres. He just
Very
is
likely,
because you have Michael King and Dylan Cease, and
you know his agent is too.
Is it Boris?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at who Boris is representing right now,
Everybody.
and you're in trouble. You're in trouble when you have a player that has representation from Scott Boris. Like, that's problematic. And he's going to stretch it out because Boris clients it's going to hit free agency, which makes it unlikely to return, which puts more of an emphasis on 2025. Like we talked about the wedding. It's like the wedding is the only time you'll have that group together. Each year's team is the only time you'll have that group together. We're not getting a rotation again. How about this? You're not getting a rotation again this season. It's over. You're never going to get a rotation again in all likelihood with Dylan Cease and Joe Musgrove. It's an adapt or die business. Okay. You might have Roki Sasaki. Awesome. But I don't think you're getting Cease and King and Musgrove and Sasaki all pitching in the same rotation ever.
It just makes it even more imperative that they continue to push those chips towards the middle of the table for 2025. It really is, because you don't have King locked up, you don't have Cease locked up, you don't have Luis Ariz locked up. Your rotation in 2026 is like not great. Guy that comes off Tommy John and a 40-year-old and a bunch of others. And also in 2026, you could have a couple, big time prospects on the team, but those will also be rookies.
Like 20-year-olds.
And Leo DeVries and Ethan Salas, who can't even legally drink yet.
But I've been saying, and you have too, I mean, I've been pushing their chips in the middle of the table since the summer of 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Because AJ Preller turned over 9 players on his major league roster at the deadline of 2020. And from that point on, he's just been all in. They had the exuberant spending from Peter Seidler, maybe in like 2022. They had the disappointment of 2023, but they're adding. I mean, they have been all in for a half of a decade. And I don't know how much longer they can be all in. I really don't. I think 2025, clearly you kind of have to be all in. But can you be all in for 10 straight years? If you're the same, like at some point, like it's not going to work. Like you're going to have some disappointment in there when you try to just double down. You can't do it.
Their window is now.
That's the point, because all of a sudden Machado's old.
Yep.
And all of a sudden Bogarts is old.
Yep.
And all of a sudden Dylan Cease is playing for another team.
Yep.
And again, can you rebuild it? Can you, like you said, can DeVries and Salas pay off?
Yeah.
Can Roki Sasaki end up here?
It would just be so not Padres, but just such a kick in the nuts if the Dodgers said, "Oh, we just won our first legit World Series since '88. Oh, we're going to sign Juan Soto.
Right.
We're going to sign Roki Sasaki."
Yeah.
In this window that me and you keep talking about for the Padres.
This is the time they got to win.
Well, actually, if this is your time to win right now, you have to face Goliath every single year.
Right. It's like if you were in the AFC with Brady, you weren't winning a lot.
Yeah, like Mahomes right now. Joe Burrow.
Yeah, if you're in the AFC with Mahomes right now, great point.
Lamar Jackson.
If you were
Michael Jordan era, right? How many players didn't win rings because of Michael Jordan? Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the only reason rings were even given out that era is because he walked away for 2 years.
Yeah. I mean, like LeBron could have had 3 or 4 more rings and be legitimately considered the best of all time if it wasn't for KD going to the Warriors.
Right. That's right. Yeah. And I mean, that's just a factual statement. Like are the Padres dealing with that? Is that what they're up against? They basically are up against that.
That's why it's imperative to you might be up against it, but you can't just take any perceived step back during this time, because baseball is such a weird sport that if you are in a position again where you're up 2-1, things could be different because it's baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a weird sport. Like it's not football or basketball. You have the best quarterback, you have the best player. Baseball.
I'll take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, baseball, it's like one pitch can change everything. And you could be Ohtani and go 0 for 4. So just don't take a step back. Do not take a step back.
Yeah, the worst part about it all is like what Kyle Glazer probably told us when he was on in October, which was this belief that the Dodgers didn't think their best chance to win a World Series was 2024.
Yeah.
Like that's the part that kind of is like, it's like twisting the knife, so to speak, because they didn't even think that they were the odds-on favorite maybe in 2024 when they started the postseason, but they won the World Series. They likely thought 2025 was their year. Why? Ohtani can pitch in 2025. Tyler Glasnow was out, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, it's going to be, I mean, it really is uphill, and that's why we've spent a lot of time talking about Roki Sasaki. Off the disappointment of last year, it'd be nice to start 2025 with Roki Sasaki, because I feel like it gives you hope if you're able to do that, and we'll see if they're able to land him or not.
So the total votes came out for the Cy Young. Chris Sale is the winner. So Dylan Cease finished 4th.
Right.
Michael King, without looking, are you looking actually?
I'm not.
Guess where he finished?
6th.
7th.
Okay.
Behind Logan Webb and Shota Imanaga.
Imanaga was 5th. They showed on the screen.
Yeah.
But who voted for who is what I need to know.
I need to know that too. Michael King did receive 1 3rd-place vote, 4 4th-place votes, and 3 5th-place votes. Dylan Cease, 6 3rd-place votes, 8 4th-place votes, 11 5th-place votes.
Here's what I don't, how we talked about the voting?
Mm-hmm.
And you get like a UT writer in this vote. Well, you get AJ Cassavell and Bernie Wilson in this vote.
Burn dog?
So there's 2 SD voters. Okay, so Bernie Wilson had Cease and King 4th and 5th. And Cassavell, what did Dylan Cease do to AJ Cassavell? Not in his top 5. Michael King was 5th. That'll be an interesting meeting at the locker next February.
Where did he have? Didn't have seats on his ballot?
No, there's only 5. You only vote
that's
for 5.
right.
You only vote for 5.
Didn't have. Well, who did he have on his? Well,
King. He had King.
Okay,
but Wilson What's up, bro? I had Cease and King, 4th and 5th.
Does it say who they have total? Like who voted for who? Like,
yeah, Sale.
Give me both of them, both of their top 5s.
Sale, Wheeler, Skeens, Webb, King is Cassavell. So Sale, Wheeler, Skeens, Logan Webb, Michael King. And Bernie Wilson is Sale, Wheeler, Skeens, Cease, King.
I don't hate it. Because Dylan Cease, to me, did go through a rough patch there. And his ERA was not where his top 5 guys' ERA were. I think ERA should matter a lot, and it does. So I think the 5 guys that AJ Cassavell voted for all had better ERAs than Dylan Cease.
Shout out to Mark Sheldon at MLB.com for the only 3rd place vote for Michael King for Cy Young.
Michael King had a fantastic year.
Get Mark Sheldon on the show, John.
Yeah, John.
All right. On the other side, Jim Russell gets ripped again on social media. Plus, coming up at 4:30, John Kurtz, college football insider, on the latest college football playoff rankings. Does the Big 12 have a Boise problem? Stay with us. Right, hit us up on the talkback, Mike. You can open up the free iHeartRadio app, listen to San Diego Sports 760, tap that little microphone icon. Next to the play button to the 30-second talkback. So the new expanded show is like a day old, and Jim is living it.
No.
Is that not a factual
You
statement?
can't do that to me this time. You know why?
You do it to me when I travel to like Utah. John's not here. He's traveling to Utah. Yeah. I wouldn't probably.
Okay, I'll say this.
The Mike is listening.
I'm going to an event. I'm going to an event that I was told that I need to be at.
Eyes
So
emojis?
it's an event. Like, don't worry, Mike. I'm not going to say what I'm doing. But I'm going to an event tonight that I was told that I need to be at, and it happens to be at the time of our show.
Why are you going to the event?
Because I got picked. And someone had to stay. Someone had to stay, and they picked me.
I got the short straw.
And you got the short straw this time. And then the next time, I'll get the short straw, and the next time you'll get the short straw. So this time, I'm going to an event.
Are you going to call in from the event?
But, yes, I'll leave it.
Are you going to wear like a disguise? You're not allowed to be seen there?
Oh, you are allowed to be seen there, but I don't like say on the radio what I'm going to do.
Stay tuned. I like that.
Yeah.
Brent, did you have something there? I thought you had
No.
something. Okay. So we're on until 6. Jim, when are you leaving?
I was told I have to leave at 5:45.
5:40? You're leaving 15 minutes? You mean
Sorry,
4:45?
4:45.
Okay. So we'll have Brent's back page today,
Correct.
which I'm
And I've already
honestly,
I've already hit a preview of it.
And I guess I'm doing 2 updates too.
Yes, you are. Congratulations.
5 and 5:30 updates.
Yeah.
There was something I was going to share with you for back page. And Brent shared a couple things earlier today, but I don't know what those are. But there was something to, well, I'll tell Brent, I guess, off air for later on. It rhymes with McRib.
Oh, I already have it.
Okay.
I have it.
Rhymes with
Yeah. Okay. You have that.
It's a very sauce-filled back page.
Okay,
very
Will be my
saucy.
tease.
Stay
very
tuned
saucy.
for that.
All right. John Kurtz, College Football Insider, will join us at 4:30. We have Seals tickets to give away in the 4 o'clock hour as well. All right. So yesterday on Jon and Jim, you said something about Paul Skeens and Jackson Merrill. I have no idea what you said. We say a lot of things. But you put a clip on Instagram, like a reel.
Yeah.
Hot take.
Well, that's what
Right?
that's what you do. You put little clips on reels, and it's for promoting of the show.
Okay, so this is what you said on the show, which ultimately made it to Instagram, and then you can tell people what people said in the comments, because you got trolled hard on your Merrill Skeens take. Who knew that Pirates had fans? But let's listen to this.
That mattered at all
For the they were okay for half the year. They were in the wild card
for his
conversation.
team.
Yeah.
Not one pitch mattered as much as what Jackson Merrill did this year.
Yes.
For
He
their-
had some moments
for
that
their
actually
teams.
mattered.
Jackson Merrill in August turned into Mr. Clutch.
Yes.
And August in the dog days kind of either make or break your seasons. And that was a time where, you were dealing with injuries to Luis Ariz not playing as well. Fernando Tatis Jr. wasn't in the lineup. Xander Bogaerts was not playing well. And what Jackson Merrill did this season had an infinitely more impactful, was infinitely more impactful to his team than anything Paul Skeens did for the Pirates. Okay, so
That's not that hot of a take. This is also my take. But yes. Okay.
let's go to the comment section, John. Ready?
It's like the comment section. Have you ever been real quick? It's like, have you ever clicked on comments at like the Chattanooga newspaper? Like comments are always the worst.
Like the comments in the Japanese newspaper when you ripped Ohtani.
Oh, gosh, that was bad. But okay, what are people saying about you? Because I agree with them.
Joel says, wah, cry. Also, just a friendly reminder that the Dodgers are the 2024 World Series champions.
So the trolls are actually Dodger fans, or are they Pirate fans?
Mostly Dodger fans.
Oh.
And some Padres and some Pirates fans. Rob says, quit crying. It is what it is. Madres suck and always will. Dodgers World Series champion. Let's see here. Let's be honest. It didn't matter for Merrill either. NLDS exit laughing face emoji.
Yeah, but the vote doesn't even have to do with the postseason, you idiot.
Cry some more, Padres fan, from Jason. Rob with just like a bunch of clown face emojis. Your friend Glenn says, but only one got eliminated in the playoffs by the world champion Dodgers.
Okay. That's better than not being in the playoffs.
BZ Rob says, why do Padres fans cry so much?
Do they understand that this is our job?
Mando Martinez Jr. says, stop, take your, spelled U-R, L's. Couldn't happen to a softer fan base. He didn't deserve the award. Skeens had the lowest ERA among all rookie pitchers in the live ball era. What did Merrill do that was so historically better than that? Just because he has a few good months does not equate to being rookie of the year.
Yeah, but come on, this is the same fan base that acts like no one's ever stolen 60 bases before.
Right, or 50.
MKF says this isn't MVP. It's who's better. Skeens is better, period. Michael says Padres fans always crying about something. Ha ha ha. Peter says, where? Dave says, ha ha ha, you guys lost that too. The Frenchie says, so what did he do when it mattered the most in those last 24 innings where he needed to come through and nothing happened?
So
Tony says Padres don't need to play in order to keep losing. LOL.
That one's pretty funny, actually.
Christopher said, I have no dog in this fight / argument. I'm a Marlins fan. I'm sorry. But Jackson Merrill should have won the Rookie of the Year award. He contributed to the plenty of wins the Padres had.
The plenty of wins. Yes.
That's what it said. Contributed to the plenty of wins on the Padres have.
All right. I feel like that's a good taste of the reaction.
Where every pitch won him Rookie of the Year. Ha 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 ha, loser. Dr. Boogeyman says fart noise emoji. VR says quit crying, you loser. Checo says stop crying, wannabe sports reporters. Ha ha ha. Sad Diego Madres suck every year.
The best way to maybe see all the replies is to follow us on Instagram.
Yeah.
Jon and Jim. JONAND JIM. I don't think it's that hot of a take that Merrill played more meaningful games than Paul Skeens. Now, that's not the requirement. They didn't say who played in more meaningful games.
Drew says, on today's episode of, quote, Padres fans crying about something, Danny says, can't even get the Rookie of the Year award. LMAO, Padres suck. Ed says, Skeens had a better year than Merrill, but Skeens was pitching in completely meaningless games. Not his fault, by the way, loser.
Tariq Skubal is the unanimous American League Cy Young Award winner. Seth Lugo, the former Padre, finishes second. Emmanuel Clase, the closer, finishes third. So Tariq Skubal is unanimous and has won a Cy Young.
Good for him.
Great for him. Seth Lugo, how about that year? Second in American League Cy Young voting. After spending 2023 with the Padres.
The Padres should have picked up that option.
Yeah, probably should have picked up that option since he was paid the exact same amount to go sign with the Royals.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
That's one area that probably Preller could have been critiqued more on during the year.
But, they won 93 games, so not too much to critique about.
True. Could have used him, though, in Game 4.
Definitely could have used him in Game 4.
Could have used him in Game 4.
Or Game 1.
or Game 5.
Or Game 5.
Maybe not Game 5. Darvish is really good.
Darvish is amazing.
They could have used his bat if he has one. All right, we're going to get to the wrap on the other side. John Kurtz, College Football Insider at 4:30. We have Seals tickets to give away. It's hour 3 of Jon and Jim. It comes your way next.
Hey, it's Rich. This update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. The AL and NL Cy Young Awards were just announced. Chris Sale wins the award in the National League. Tariq Skubal wins it in the American League with 30 out of 30 first place votes. A clean sweep for him. Dylan Cease finished 4th in the National League Cy Young Award voting. Michael King finished 7th. Progressive Insurance offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save some money and get something great. Bundle today at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? This is hour 3 of the all-new 4-hour Jon and Jim show. We are with you until 6 p.m., and by we, I mean I am. Jim is leaving at 4:45 to go to a quote-unquote event that he can't quote-unquote disclose. John Kurtz, college football insider, will join us at 4:30. We have a 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals on opening night that we will give away this hour. By the way, we're on YouTube.
We are.
Search for Jon and Jim 760. We're on the iHeartRadio app. It is a really, honestly, if you're not using the app to listen to us, you should be.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Because it's ridiculous. I use it every single day. It's free. So listen on the app.
Search out Jon and Jim.
Sure. Search out whatever you want.
Holiday podcast,
holiday music.
There.
Yeah, everything.
But no. Only search out San Diego Sports 760 and Jon and Jim on the iHeartRadio app. Everything else,
forget about it.
Don't even do it.
We are on San Diego Sports 760.
Yeah.
We are on HD Radio 101.5, channel number 2.
We're everywhere, Jon.
So I wonder what we sound like on HD Radio. Do we sound as ridiculous on HD Radio as we do on AM Radio?
Probably even more ridiculous.
Okay.
Probably more ridiculous.
Probably sound like John Heyman.
Oh, don't
Juan Soto is going to this team. Let's go with the Mets.
I mean, he sounds awful.
Awful.
Like, you shouldn't go on foul territory when you sound like this.
By the way, totally sidetrack.
You break it, dude. Hashtag 4 hour.
For our audience, are we doing a wrap-up show tonight?
If it was up to me and you, I think the answer is yes.
Oh, no.
I mean,
dude, you know, we kind of have to.
I know we do. That's the thing. What's your tomorrow night?
Oh, geez. My tomorrow night?
Yeah.
I'm open.
More secret, undisclosed plans.
No.
I think tomorrow night might be the play. I'm serious.
These aren't secret, undisclosed plans. They're just like, he wants to stay married.
That's the thing. Like, is anyone listening?
Oh, no, I was talking about you, not him.
Oh, yeah, right. And you don't need it tonight because you're already getting home late, Darren.
I am?
Yeah, because you're going to this event.
It's not lasting all night long.
That's
okay. So right? For wrap-up show listeners out there,
tomorrow 9:30.
Tomorrow 9:30.
Yeah,
we have to.
We have to. I agree. We need to do more than we have been doing.
Well, it's hard because you are doing a lot of Aztec stuff at this current moment.
Are any of our listeners married?
Probably a lot, Jon.
Do you ever get into a situation where sometimes because you're married, you can't do things that you want to do? You know what I mean? So, like,
I bet a lot of people out there are shaking their head like,
right? You guys are married, right? Maybe you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend or you're married. And, you know, like when you used to be single and you're like, I'm going to have that ramen soup in my boxers and watch college football pregame coverage for 4 hours. You don't do it as much with the significant other.
It's like, oh, now we're watching Days of Our Lives.
Right.
And Grey's Anatomy.
Exactly.
Instead
of doesn't watch Days of Our Lives.
No, she watches Grey's Anatomy.
Incredible. Is Grey's Anatomy still on?
Still going.
That's amazing.
You know what she did? She watched, and I'm sure there's people out there that have done this because you need something to watch on television. Like, you've watched all your shows and you need something to kind of just, when you lay down at night and you need something to watch when your brain's turned off and just like background noise, right?
Yeah.
She watched every single episode of Grey's Anatomy from season 1, caught up all the way to right now.
No, that deserves an award or something worse than that.
Now, it wasn't like consecutive, like she sat down and didn't move until she was done. But this was like a 3-4 month process here. Whenever there was.
Could I do that with Star Wars?
You could.
It wouldn't even take you half the time.
I'll just do it during the show. Every time you speak, I'll go back to episode 3.
Yeah.
And then when you're done speaking, I'll start talking.
But you have to pay attention, though, John.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's people
to
out
Star
there.
Wars, not to Jim.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people out there. 70470. Started much with the team. What is your like turn your brain off Netflix show that you watch at nighttime right before bed? For Aaron, it was Grey's Anatomy.
Do you know what I watched last night?
And Love Island.
Have you seen? I haven't seen that. I've watched it. Have you seen the Jake Paul Netflix documentary about his rise to?
No,
not about his rise to stardom, but like where he came from and his celebrity. It's only an hour.
Our friends watched it and they were talking to us about it. I haven't watched it yet, though.
Dude, his story is bizarre.
Yeah,
but I guess to get to that point, you kind of have to be bizarre.
It went through like. I haven't seen it, but I'm guessing it talks about him.
All of his like internet
Vine
celebrity.
To YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of YouTube. But then he was canceled, basically.
He was, yeah, definitely canceled.
You know the reason he was canceled? I don't want to get into it here, but it's kind of
I vaguely know the reason.
Yeah, doing some not great stuff.
Well,
but anyway,
that's what he does. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. All right, let's get to this.
It's time for The Wrap, presented by Sombrero Mexican Food. Check out their website at sombreromex.com.
Should the Jets just bench Aaron Rodgers already?
They should just cut Aaron Rodgers, to be honest with you. They won't do that. But yeah, benching Aaron Rodgers. Who is his backup? Who is his backup?
Is it Zach Wilson?
No, Zach Wilson's not on the Jets anymore.
Who's the Jets backup quarterback?
It's some rando that
is it the guy, the Italian guy with the agent?
Tommy DeVito.
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor. Give me some Tyrod Taylor in my life.
Okay, so Woody Johnson owns the Jets, has for a long time.
Correct.
And according to sources today at ESPN, he suggested after week 4 they bench Aaron Rodgers. September 30th, he suggested after a 1-point loss to the Broncos that they bench Aaron Rodgers. That to me is pretty stupid because you went all in on this dude. Now, moving on from him at the end of the year makes sense, but you were all in on him. So you finished the year with him is the way I look at it. You have no better option. Tyrod Taylor's not starting for you in 2025. So I think the NFL should bench the New York Jets. Next question.
Do you think Ray Lewis would be a good college head coach?
See this story?
I did. And if Deion can be a good college head coach, I think Ray Lewis could be a good college head coach.
But is it as simple as that?
No, it's not. But I think Ray Lewis has what you need to be a good college head coach, which is just motivation and recruiting. Like, you go and listen to a Ray Lewis speak, you're going to want to run through a wall for the guy. Same thing with Deion. Deion hypes things up. He's a great recruiter. We'll have to see what happens with Ray Lewis, but I'll give him a good shot to succeed.
Well, apparently he was going to be a finalist for FAU, Florida Atlantic, and that's been, I guess, discounted by like ESPN reporting and others, Pete Thamel and others saying he's not a finalist for this FAU job. I would say that Deion is more of a unicorn than anything else. Like, just because Deion Sanders went right into coaching and had success and he was a former star in the National Football League doesn't mean others can do it. I go back to like baseball too. It's like there's not a lot of great baseball players that have become great managers, right? Like Ryan Sandberg was a great player. That didn't make him a great manager. And there's other examples of that. So I think it's easier said than done is my point.
I think he could because, you know, we talk about how Deion's stick it would work in college, but not necessarily in the pros.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Lewis was really good at motivating players still in the NFL. So I think his motivational skills would apply in both college and the NFL, opposed to Deion's only working on one side.
Well, maybe we'll see it at some point. I just don't think it's going to be right now with FAU. Next question.
Guys, good thing you're sitting down. LeBron says he's taking a break from social media.
Oh, thank God.
Which platform do you guys think you could take a break from?
Which social media platform could you stay off for the next month?
If I
Blueski.
I don't even have Blue Ski or Blue Sky. I wish I could not. I just wouldn't go on Twitter, X. But
I thought you were gonna say TikTok, actually.
No. I for me, it's Twitter.
Delete the app. Deactivate your account. Be a man.
I wish I could take a break from it, but I feel like I can't.
Well, it's
I
almost
wish I
like
could
being
quit you.
It's kind of like being naked though with sports news. Like, where are you going to get your news from without Twitter? Sure, you can go to like ESPN.com, but it's like you're getting it instantaneously.
Yeah, like the stuff that we have for our show today was from the Fair Territory podcast.
Actually,
Foul Territory podcast, not Fair Territory.
I'd love that. We should start.
We should start a Fair Territory. Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Foul Territory podcast with Jim Bowden,
and it just comes right into your timeline.
and it's just right there.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
Right,
so
our Colin sound because
Right
I
there.
follow Colin.
And a lot of people are like, Twitter is the most toxic
And
place
it
on the
is.
planet. It is for sure. But you can decide what you look at on your feed. A lot of these people are like, I can't believe these porn bots. It's because you're looking at the following, or what is it? The For You page, not the following page. There's two things. There's a For You and a following. If you look primarily on the For You, you're going to run into a lot of toxic stuff that is going to turn you off.
7 tweets. Yeah.
But guess what? There's another tab on here that's very easy to go to called the following
No,
tab.
but it throws it over to For You without you even knowing.
Yeah,
You open the app.
but it's easy. I just scroll over, boom, following, and then I don't have all the stuff that a lot of people are complaining about. Anyway,
All right,
my
you didn't
choice
answer
is
the question.
It's Twitter. It's Twitter X.
No. Which platform could you take a break from?
Oh.
That is a lie.
Could?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. I will go with. I'll go with Instagram.
I would go. I have not opened the TikTok app in a month. I
Okay.
used to post stuff for Jon and Jim there, and then that kind of fell off.
Actually, you're right. TikTok.
So
probably,
TikTok is easy for me.
Yeah,
I
you're probably right.
It's not overly relevant to me. I really enjoy Instagram, to be honest with you. I like Instagram more than Twitter, and I like Bluesky more than Twitter as well. The problem with Bluesky is nobody is there. It's like me sitting in a room alone with Darnay
So they're
Tripp.
still at 20 million subscribers.
21.
Oh, 21 now?
Yeah. They've
21?
passed Threads for active users per day.
Well, Threads sucks.
I know.
Threads
Telling you, they're
is
past them.
awful.
They're coming for you.
Okay.
We coming.
Next question.
That's right.
That's how it works. Who's your favorite to win the NBA Cup?
Ooh. Does Boston move up there after taking down Cleveland, not just in the regular season, but in the Cup game?
Do the Lakers move up there with Dalton Connect going off for 37 points the other night, 9 3-pointers?
The other night being last night?
What about the Warriors? They're undefeated in group play.
Wow, group play. It's impossible. Could the Lakers go back to back?
That's
they
a
have the
great
extra motivation.
question.
Defend the Cup. Would they sell those shirts
Ooh.
in Vegas during the semifinals? Defend the Cup.
You know the NBA.
Back to
and I
back
don't know how
banners.
They want
like
Lakers
work.
Celtics.
They want Lakers Celtics or Lakers
That would be.
Warriors.
But if you get Lakers, no, isn't the whole point of the Cup to get new blood in there?
No, the point of the cup is to have ratings.
Last year we had Indiana,
But you also had LeBron.
and that was bad. LeBron. That was when the Lakers weren't very good last year. They're
They
much
were
better
good at
this
the
year.
time.
Yeah, and then they fell off.
They completely fell off.
They didn't have Dalton Connect.
That is true.
Remember, that was when the Pacers kind of went on their roll, though.
Yes.
They carried that
No,
through
I
the
remember.
playoffs
I remember.
until they got bounced. But
So what's our answer here? Golden State, Boston, LA. One of those 3 teams wins it. Agreed?
Agreed.
Golden State, LA, Boston, one of those 3 teams will win.
I'll say yes.
Cleveland?
Rocks?
But Cleveland, I mean, they got a loss in group play. So I don't know what their path
That's
looks
tough.
like to get
That's
to
a
the
tough pill to
get
swallow.
to
there.
Vegas.
Text line is telling me
That you're an idiot.
no, not that. What they watch during to turn their
Yeah.
like brains off
Yeah.
before they go to bed. 631 number says, where's the 631 number? My wife falls asleep to episodes of Frasier every night. It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
All right. 760. I'm watching through Vikings for the 4th time. 619 number says, if you marry the right girl, you can watch College Game Day and all NFL pregame. Marry better. Turn your brain off TV. Connor Gas. What's that?
631 is Suffolk County, New York.
So that's Long
What
Island.
up, East Coast?
619
up?
says, hold on. And earlier, this is interesting. Curious who you are taking in the PSAC Division II football championships. Heard you talking about East Stroudsburg, but I'm putting my money down on Kutztown University, a powerhouse.
JT third. We're not answering those questions.
I like IUP. I like IUP.
I like UAP.
Do you like Clarion in that?
Give me some clarity.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mercyhurst. All right, coming up next, news that will make Jim say, "Oh boy." Next.
What?
All right, hey guys, it is Jon and Jim, and we've been telling you about Underdog for months. It is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. That's a dream scenario. With over 5 million happy players across 33 states and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances.
Yeah, just head over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app, or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Jon and Jim, JONAND. JIM, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. If you sign up right now and use our promo code Jon and Jim, JONAND, Steph Curry higher than a half point tonight against the Atlanta Hawks.
Is that a cup game?
I don't think
We're
so.
not sure if it is, but I do like Steph Curry tonight higher than a half total point. Again, use promo code Jon and Jim, JONANDJIM, and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Download the app, sign up with promo code JONANDJIM.
Yeah, just picking higher or lower on 2 or more players from different teams. It's super easy, super simple. Must be 18 years or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms to apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Oh, boy. All right, so this is why I'm saying that. Jim has no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know if Brett does either.
No.
Okay, good. Andrew Marchand at The Athletic News. ESPN will have a Mickey Mouse production. They don't mean like a joke. They mean an actual Mickey Mouse production of Knicks Spurs Christmas Day.
Oh, nice.
Knicks Spurs Christmas Day will include an alt cast with Mickey Mouse characters, including a halftime slam dunk contest, I believe, with Mickey Mouse characters. What does that even mean?
Like Daffy Duck. No, not Daffy Duck.
Yeah,
Donald Duck.
Daffy's in
Looney,
there.
No, that's Looney Tunes.
Oh,
Donald Duck.
how'd you know that?
Goofy.
Because we had childhood.
Minnie
stuff.
Mouse. Mickey Mouse.
Would you watch? Remember, we've done the slime with Nickelodeon and the NFL.
No.
We've done some other cute bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Are you
I'd watch it
sitting
for 5
down
minutes.
in your Christmas PJs
Like, oh, I can't wait
with
for
your
this.
cocoa and your goofy mug and your Spurs jersey will holder? And are you
Mouse
throwing out the
ears.
alt cast?
No.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I can't wait to watch Jalen Brunson.
What's with it? Is it? Let me ask this question. Is this, hey, we're whatever conglomerate. We own rights to lots of things. Let's combine them?
It's
Pretty
just
much.
trying to get a new audience.
Which is what, my 5-year-old?
Yeah, probably.
Like Mickey Mouse Club?
I mean,
Mickey Mouse Club and Victor Wembanyama is like different audiences.
they're doing a Simpsons
There you go.
NFL
Exactly.
cast
There
next
you go.
Monday
That's right. Right.
or whenever. No, not next Monday. When is
Soon.
it? Soon. Yeah. I forget what day it is, but it's against two teams that suck.
Mhm.
Oh, Cowboys Giants, right?
Two teams that suck.
Yeah. So maybe I will watch that over the regular broadcast.
Let's
I need
get
some
some
entertainment.
details. Here are the details. All right. There's still going to be a traditional broadcast. You don't
Oh, thank
have to
goodness.
watch Nick Spurs
Thank
with
goodness.
Mickey and Minnie.
Oh man.
It is the first animated game in NBA history. It's being called Dunk the Halls. It'll be available on streaming services ESPN Plus and Disney Plus.
Deck the halls with boughs of
They'll
holly.
recreate game action of stars like Victor Wembanyama and Jalen Brunson on Magic Kingdom's Main Street, USA. Here are the characters. Listen to this lineup. Like, would you start this team? Could this team win in the NBA? You have Mickey and Minnie.
Okay.
Donald's probably your 3, right? It's a wing. Donald's a wing.
Yeah, he's got size
Is
down low.
Pluto your 4 or Goofy your 4?
Oh no. I'm going Goofy is my center.
Are Chip and Dale coming off the bench, or can one make the starting
They're
five?
they got-
two separate characters, John. so-
I know Chip and Dale. So can one of them come off start or both come off the bench?
I
Like
think
Muggsy
my
Bogues.
Do they wear clothing, Chip and Dale?
yeah, they have shirts.
Okay,
Well, no,
just
they-
shirts.
originally they didn't, but in Rescue Rangers they did.
Thank you. This is why Brent's here. So what do you think?
I think that team would do well. That team versus the Toon Squad. Take out Michael Jordan and LeBron. Who's winning?
John doesn't know who the Toon Squad is.
Okay, hold on. Drew Carter, Monica McNutt, and sideline reporter Daisy Duck will be the trio on the broadcast.
Daisy Duck.
Hey,
I've never
Why
heard of
is
Daisy Duck.
Duck on the
I
sideline?
would take that trio over the commentators they got for the Tyson Jake Paul thing. At least
Those
at least
people
it's not
are
Rosie
awful.
Perez.
Rosie Perez and whoever the main guy was that could not stop coming up with like cliche after cliche.
you remember
He
this?
used to be an ex-WWE guy.
Do you remember in 2021 the NBA and ESPN teamed up with a Disney Marvel character alt cast?
Kind of.
I don't
Must not have been
remember.
that memorable.
They did all these like videos where like
Right.
they
Yeah.
Giannis and all them were like superheroes, and I didn't remember them doing a game.
Here's the
cast.
thing, guys. You're going up against the NFL on Netflix with Beyonce. I don't know if I'm getting there because of Daisy Duck. You know, like you might have to do more than Daisy Duck at MSG to get me to throw it on.
But who are you taking? Toon Squad or the
Or the actual Spurs.
no? Toon Squad or the Mickey Mouse Squad?
Who's on Toon Squad?
We got Daffy Duck. We
Right.
got Lola Bunny. We have give me some help here, Brent.
Bugs
Bunny,
Taz, and
Tasmanian
Tweety,
Devil,
and
Tweety,
Sylvester,
Sylvester,
I feel like Taz would like be a good
the Looney
defensive
Tunes,
player.
pretty much.
the Looney Tunes.
I would take I would take Mickey Mouse. It's Mickey Mouse.
Bugs. Who's guarding Lola Bunny though? Lola Bunny got some skill.
Daisy.
Mini.
Minnie has like basketball.
Chip and Dale.
Chip and Dale get just back down in the post.
So ridiculous.
Yeah, Goofy.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, can't wait for that broadcast. Thanks for telling me about this, John.
I can't believe you didn't know that.
I didn't know about it at all,
All right.
but now
You
I do.
So if
And
you have kids, Like, do I throw this on because I have a 5-year-old? Maybe I will. I have ESPN Plus.
To be honest with you, I've already forgotten about it.
Okay, well, you don't have any 5-year-olds.
If I were you, John, I would and be like, hey, we don't have to watch, Mouse House tonight. We can just watch football, Mouse House.
Yeah, it's true.
Jones watches Mouse House?
No, but he likes football. No, he likes the color red. So if a team is wearing the color red, he'll be interested for a moment.
Like, ooh, red, yay.
Like, what do you do if you're a sportscaster and your son is like marginally into sports?
That's fine.
Force him to love sports?
You pretty much, yeah.
But how do you do that?
You just force it on him and you sit him down in front of the television.
And you just like handcuff him to the table?
Pretty much, yeah.
I think it's illegal. All right, John Kurtz, college football insider. His thoughts on the expanded college football playoff rankings. He covers it with a Big 12 perspective. What do you have?
Should I just let you do this interview?
You want to leave early because of that? Because, you're leaving anyway. Yeah.
John Kurtz.
John and John. John Kurtz joins me next. Bye, Jim.
All right, this update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. National League and American League Cy Youngs announced today. Tariq Skubal in the AL won the Cy Young, got 30 of 30 first place votes. In the National League, Chris Sale wins his first Cy Young Award. Dylan Cease finished 4th in the voting, and Michael King finished 7th in the voting. Progressive Insurance offers a great price and protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great. Bundle today at progressive.com. That's progressive.com.
All right, Jon and Jim back with you here, San Diego Sports 760. Jim is heading for his quote-unquote event. So, Jon, here on out, we've got you until 6 p.m. It's great to connect with Jon Kurtz, who does a great job, really, on all things college football, but really covers the Big 12 well. It's a great newsletter that I just got an issue of, I think, earlier today. Open for Business newsletter. It's just great for college football fans, and Jon Kurtz is back with us here on San Diego Sports 760. You started this newsletter, Jon, and we appreciate you hopping on, by saying the Big 12 has a Boise problem. So do they, in fact, will the Big 12 champion, in your opinion, be behind Boise State in the CFP rankings? And thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime, Jon. I appreciate you having me. It's up in the air right now. I think the problem is that the stage has been set here for if BYU or Colorado were to lose another game and then still win the Big 12, the league could definitely be in trouble. Or really, if you just wind up with a champ that is not BYU or Colorado who has won out. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it. If it's Arizona State or Iowa State, because these tiebreakers are going to get crazy if we do wind up with a bunch of teams with 2 conference losses. If it's Arizona State, Iowa State, BYU with 2 losses, like one of those teams, it's going to be really tricky because right now Boise's already 2 spots in front of where BYU is at right now. So that's kind of the groundwork there. Now, if BYU continues to win, I think they'll probably jump back up. That would likely include a win over Colorado, who right now is at 16. And they would have to beat Arizona State this weekend, who's ranked now in the college football playoff poll after beating K-State. And Arizona State's a really good team at 8-2. So there's definitely enough juice there to jump above Boise. I think the danger here is like, all right, you're kind of teetering on, hey, you take 1 more loss, maybe 2 more losses for your favorites the rest of the regular season, and you're going to be really, really cutting it close then. And there are 2 really tough games for each of those favorites this weekend because, as I mentioned, BYU has to go to Arizona State, and they're an underdog this weekend. And then, man, Kansas, I know everybody forgot about Kansas this year because of the rough start that they had, but they had 6 losses, 5 of which they had a lead in the fourth quarter, and they were all to pretty good teams. So Kansas now is playing as good a football as anybody in the conference. They whacked Iowa State 2 weeks ago at Arrowhead, and then last week won at BYU, being the only team to beat them. And now they host at Arrowhead Colorado this weekend. So it's getting kind of to nail biting time, I think, for the league. You really, really want one of those teams to win out to feel good about where you're going to be at. Otherwise, you can still be in the playoff, but you're probably not going to have that 4th auto bye. And the difference between that is, for those that are unfamiliar here, you either get a bye in the first round and then play the 5 seed on a neutral site in the quarterfinals, or if you drop to the 5 seed or the out of the automatic bye, you're going to be the 12 seed,
right,
and go on the road to play Ohio State is what it would be right now in the first round with no bye. So it's a massive difference. I think even more so than that, it's just the perception hit that you would take if you're not one of the 4 top conference champions here and it's Boise instead. I think that's what really would do the most damage to the league.
Interesting you mentioned perception. Jon Kurtz is with us. I mean, you've covered realignment for the last decade, and you've covered college football for forever as well. In your opinion, this is kind of like the 30,000-foot view. Like, what is the value of Boise State doing what Boise State is doing right now for the future of the Pac-12?
That's a really good question. I mean, I think it definitely helps, especially if they can finish the job. I was watching closely what was going on last week when Boise fell behind 14-0.
Right.
It really seemed to matter. They continue to push forward, and I'll say this halfway in jest. With where the committee is at right now, it does seem like quality losses tend to matter for whatever reason, and Boise has one of those. With Oregon, for whatever that's worth. So I think it would be huge. I think it would be really, really huge. Now, is that going to put the Pac-12 on equal footing with the Big 12? Probably not necessarily, but it's definitely going to give them a big jump start, again, at least in terms of what the perception is out there. Everybody's got a really short attention span too. I think that's another thing to remember here. So like that could change very quickly if the Big 12 goes on a nice run. But, you know, everybody thinks the Big 12 is this league of teams that are so similar to each other that they're going to beat each other up year in, year out. And this year has been really true to form. So if that continues happening year after year, you know, you could see if Boise is able to go on a dominant run out in the Pac-12, you could see some of that perception start to shift a little bit there. So I think it's a very valuable point. You know, everybody is fighting and scrapping for whatever perception value they can grab these days, and that would be big time. It's kind of one of the sad things about what college football has turned into. Really, is it's just all about brand value, TV dollars, and how everybody perceives your brand basically to be. And this would be a big step in the right direction for Boise on that front, as opposed to, you know, people caring about like really who wins the games. But it is what it is. That's the world we live in, and Boise can definitely take advantage this year.
You know, it's interesting. John Kurtz is with us right now. Again, he's a college football insider. He's got a great newsletter, Open for Business. You know, they expand to 12, and you're thinking, well, for the first time basically in forever, you know, you're giving teams chances. I mean, previously, if you're outside the power structure, you basically don't have a shot. We know Cincinnati got in a couple of years ago, but by and large, you didn't have a shot outside the power structure. But here we are, year one, and it's not that it's fully going to be a Big Ten SEC invitational, but if 8 of the 12 spots are for the Big Ten of the SEC, and one of the other 4 are for an independent like Notre Dame, I mean, is this now setting the standard that this is the expectation that there's going to be very narrow pathways for 2 out of the Big 12, 2 out of the ACC? Is that basically what is occurring here in 2024, that this is going to be the structure used moving forward, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, it sure looks like it, and that's not really surprising to me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you can compare resumes, I've seen one of them that's going around with people comparing like SMU, for instance, out of the ACC now versus Notre Dame. SMU's resume compares very, very favorably, and they're obviously a handful of spots behind Notre Dame. So, you know, I mean, same old deal. It's always going to be centered around the brands. The other thing to consider here really is that the SEC and the Big Ten have so much leverage now that if they don't get that, if it does somehow here in the last few weeks tilt more toward, hey, maybe a second ACC team gets in or whatever it's going to be, I don't think that will happen. But if that were to be the case here, you would see them go back to the drawing board and start lobbying for what the changes are going to be in a couple of years when they inevitably expand to 14, which is what they want to do. And they'll go back and push harder for, hey, we're going to get 4 automatic bids for each of our leagues, or we're going to get rid of the committee entirely, which is another thing that's been talked about, that Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, the commissioners of the SEC and the Big Ten, they have discussed that sort of thing. And the nuclear option is they could also decide, hey, we really don't like how this is going, so we'll just take our ball and go home and do this SEC Big Ten invitational, you know, however that would work, and just have their own national championship basically there. So that's kind of the problem, you know, the more success that the Big 12, the ACC, or even Group of 5, Pac-12 would start to have in this thing, the more that can just push the SEC and the Big Ten toward either warping it further in their favor or just leaving, and then leaving everybody in the dust. And again, unfortunate reality about where the sport's at, but that's just how much power that they have right now. You know, I've already seen, like Josh Pate, for instance, who's one of the biggest voices in college football these days, and he's SEC based. He had said the other day, it was earlier this week on Twitter, he put out there, hey, like, you already have a bunch of coaches talking about how devalued conference championship games are right now. They don't want to go play in them because they feel like the risk reward is not there for what you're going to get in the playoff. And that's a problem, because now that becomes a less valuable entity, and like, these leagues aren't going to stand for it, and they're already going to start pushing for changes. So like, you're already seeing that process play out in one way. It would definitely happen with the playoff if there were not what the SEC or Big Ten deemed enough of their teams in there. So yeah, you're going to be stuck, I feel like, one way or another with this being the reality of what the playoff is.
Do you have an opinion? I think I've had you on since we got news that the Pac-12 is kind of reconstituted, like with the San Diego States, the Boise States, and more recently Gonzaga, Utah State. Do you have an opinion on, should the top Group of 5 programs, like, quote unquote, get together with the best of the rest? Like, does that benefit that league getting the spot if Memphis and Tulane and others join as well? Or is that even necessary when we look at the way this plays out with the committee? Like, is is it more likely that league is getting the team if Memphis and Tulane come on over as well, or not, in your opinion?
I don't know. That's a good question. I hadn't thought about it like that. I guess my initial reaction is that it feels like so much of what has really boosted Boise, and I don't mean to take away from the rest of their schedule. Obviously, like that win over Washington State, looks really nice. But so much of what I feel like their the positive perception of them has been surrounded by is what they did in the non-conference by just simply pushing Oregon to the brink. So I do feel like the best thing that those schools would be able to do to really boost their case is to go out and schedule somebody that and either win or put a real scare into somebody, because otherwise, look at like Indiana right now. They have played what is probably like it would compare, I would think, to like what a Pac-12 schedule would look like this year, because they've missed a bunch of the big boys up until obviously playing Ohio State this week. And they're just getting crushed. People are taking shots all over the place at them. That's been the whole college football debate. So I just don't know that even with, Memphis, Tulane, whoever it's going to be in the conference, that there would be enough respect from the outside world for what that schedule is going to be to make a tangible difference. It would take being able to schedule somebody out of conference, I would imagine, to really make a discernible difference there. And part of the issue with that then is going to be a lot to be seen here, because the SEC has been really hesitant on this. But if the SEC and the Big Ten start going toward, like if the SEC goes to 9 conference games, and then the SEC and the Big Ten have been talking about a scheduling kind of alliance to take up some of that non-conference inventory to give them better games for TV, you could see like the opportunities will start to dwindle to even get those teams on the schedule. So again, the power brokers start to tilt everything back in their favor and cut everybody out with all these little moves that they can make. It's almost like in the political world, how you see political parties doing the same thing, utilizing they may not be able to just directly mandate something, but they can pull all the little strings in different places where they can to exercise their power. And I think that's what's going to be tough no matter what winds up happening with the G5 conferences.
John Kurtz, again, Open for Business newsletter, College Football Insider. John, one more before you go. Your hunch on Deion Sanders, back or not in 2025 to Colorado?
God, that's a great question. I don't have a good feel for it. For the Big 12's sake, I certainly hope that he's back.
Yeah.
The guy's done a phenomenal job, and it just makes the conference so much more interesting. And it's been such a ratings boost. A big noon kickoff, Fox certainly, I think, would hope that he stays in the conference, because they're utilizing them a lot in that slot, and they're just such a draw week in and week out. I would have said at the beginning of the year that I was more leaning toward probably gone, because it just didn't feel like it was before things really started to click, and it just felt a little bit more like a circus. And you're like, one way or another, it feels like this isn't going to work out, or he'll want to jump when obviously Shedeur goes to the NFL, Travis Hunter goes to the NFL. But I don't know. They've operated so much like, now they have won, so it's going to give him the opportunity potentially to take a big boy job if they come calling for him. But they have turned from like kind of this sideshow, and I was sort of in the middle on that, not a hater, but not somebody that thought they were going to be great, to like look at them this year. Like they're operating like a real program. Like they've gotten a lot better in areas where they were weak, like the running game and then really the defense. And they've shown improvement throughout the season, the way that a program with good coaches, like a well-coached team would. And they've handled getting punched in the mouth on the road. They were down 2 scores early at Texas Tech in a raucous environment a couple of weeks ago, and they just stayed calm, and they wind up winning the game by double digits. So you're just seeing things that happen in well-coached programs. That almost leads me to believe there's a better chance that he's going to stick it out with the groundwork that he's laying at that program. But it's hard to know. And then obviously, you got the wild card, like, Jerry Jones is going to call to have him try to go coach the Cowboys. Like, I guess all bets are off at that point. So I would just say I think there's probably a slightly better chance than I thought at the beginning of the year that he will stay, but that's almost it feels like an impossible one to predict.
John, I always appreciate it, man. Great perspective on all things college athletics, specifically with the Big 12 and college football. Again, he's got his Open for Business newsletter and a great resource. So, John, thanks for hopping on, man, here in San Diego.
Hey, anytime, John. Thank you, man.
Great stuff, John Kurtz. All right. We do have tickets to give away. If you want a 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals on opening night, you need to call 877-767-4760 right now. This is if you've never been, this is great for the family. It really is. Indoor lacrosse, fastest game on 2 feet. Seals live Sunday, December 1st at 3 p.m. at Pechanga Arena. So great for the whole family. Tickets are available at sealslax.com. The first 1,500 fans are getting a free Seals bobblehead as well. So this is a great, great gift idea. The number to call if you want those tickets, the first 2 callers will be contestants for Trainwreck Radio. That's trivia. Here's the number, 877-767-4760. Call right now if you want those free tickets, a 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals. We'll play trivia on the other side, 877-767-4760. That's next. right, so Jeremy is standing by to play Trainwreck Radio. That's scripted. Tom just dropped off. If you want a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals opening night, that's Sunday, December 1st at 3 p.m. It's a 4-pack. It's great for families. It's a great giveaway. If you want a chance to win those tickets, 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals indoor lacrosse, great for the family. Call 877-767-4760. So that's the number to call. You can call right now, 877-767-4760. We've got a free 4-pack of tickets, including a bobblehead giveaway for San Diego Seals opening night, Pechanga Arena, Sunday, December 1st. Call right now, 877-767-4760. While we do that, and we'll play momentarily because I see the lines, so call right now if you want those tickets. I saw the story that Caitlin Clark will not play in this offseason 3-on-3 league, which to me makes a lot of sense. Like, why was she expected to play in the offseason 3-on-3 league? Like, I don't see LeBron James playing in the offseason 3-on-3 league. Like, if you want the sports treated like these are the top leagues in the world, like, I don't think she needs to be a sideshow. They have the WNBA. It's 5-on-5. It's professional basketball. Now, I know there's others, I guess, that are in the WNBA that are playing in this 3-on-3 league, but it's like you don't have to play in the 3-on-3 league. There's a regular league, right? There's a 3-on-3 men's league too. I don't see NBA players in that league. I don't see LeBron James and James Harden in that league. So Caitlin Clark's not going to play in a 3-on-3 league. Is that a story? That to me doesn't make any sense as to being a story. We can talk about that more in the 5 o'clock hour, but right now, let's play.
All right, 3 questions, 2 contestants, 1 lifeline. Today's 2 contestants, we have Jeremy and we have Dennis. Jeremy, since you called in first, you're just going to get to go first because Jim bailed on us. So it's John and John today. So
I'm like the steady QB. I have the lifelines.
Yeah, you remember in elementary, you're all-time QB, John.
Yeah, we call it steady. That? Yeah.
Okay, so you guys got that? You both have John for your lifeline today, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure you guys got that. Okay, today's question, guys. Eli Manning is on the ballot for the first time Hall of Fame for the first time for the Hall of Fame. He is currently 12th all-time in interceptions thrown. Today's question, can you name anybody that is in the top 10 for all-time interceptions thrown in the NFL?
Okay. So that means, did you say Jeremy was up first?
Yes.
Jeremy's up first. You both have a lifeline, but Jeremy, we're looking for someone that has the most interceptions in NFL history. Top 10 interceptions thrown in NFL history. Get us underway.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. It's going to be a good guess. Is he number 1?
Yes, he is.
All right. Dennis, back to you.
Fran Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton. On the list. Well done. All right, so Jeremy, round 2 for you. You both still have a lifeline.
Peyton Manning.
He is on the list. Peyton Manning is on the list. All right, good job to start here by both Jeremy and Dennis. Dennis, back to you for your second guess.
John Elway.
Is John Elway on the list? Top 10 interceptions thrown NFL history. No, he is not. Interesting. I thought it was a good guess. Where is he, Brent? You know?
He's not in the top. He's 17th.
17th. So not in the top 10, which means Jeremy with the correct answer can win. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Jeremy, back to you for a win.
We'll go ahead and use. I want to hear your guess, John.
Who's off the board, Brent, so far?
Favre and Tarkenton.
Is it?
Manning.
Oh, and
Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Peyton Manning. My head is kind of telling me. Just thinking about guys. How about Dan Marino?
I'll go with that.
Dan Marino for the win. How about that? All-time QB or whatever you called me, Brent, for the win. Jeremy wins.
He's 8th.
All right, so who's on this list? Top 10 in terms of interceptions thrown in NFL history by quarterback.
Okay, Favre's number 1. George Blanda is number 2. 3 is John Hadle. I think that's how you say it. Vinny Testaverde is 4. Tarkenton was 5. Norm Snead was 6. Johnny Unitas was 7. Marino was 8. Peyton was 9. And Y.A. Tittle was number 10.
Where's Phillip Rivers on that list?
He is tied for 25th
All right,
with
25th.
Joe Ferguson. Yeah, with Joe Ferguson.
Okay.
He's
All
right behind Terry Bradshaw.
We've got one more hour of Jon and Jim. Again, the expanded version of Jon and Jim. 2 to 6 now, weekdays on San Diego Sports 760. We'll hear from Jim Bowden on the other side. Is it now even more unlikely that Roki Sasaki signs with the LA Dodgers? Jim Bowden will explain coming up next. Plus, we normally have Jim's back page this hour. Brent will fill in. We'll have Brent's back page for you coming up as well. It's hour 4 of Jon and Jim, and it's next. All right, so stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days. Thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, guys, it's Schaefer, and listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity with no appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto now and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week. You could be credit card debt-free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 619-207-4336 or loanpronto.com. That's 619-207-4336. or loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
This report is sponsored by the San Diego District Attorney's Office. The Aztec football team is back on the road Saturday when they take on Utah State. Pregame with Fletch and JR starts at 10:30, and John and Rich have the kick around 12:30. The Lakers took down the Jazz last night, 124-118, behind 37 points from Dalton Connect. The team's next game is tomorrow night against the Magic. Workers' compensation insurance protects you, your business, and employees. If you suspect someone might be filing a false workers' comp claim, you should report it now. Visit the DA's website, SanDiegoDA.com.
All right, San Diego and Southern California, what's going on? Final hour of the 4-hour Jon and Jim. You can find us basically anywhere. We're on YouTube. We're on San Diego Sports 760. We're on the free iHeartRadio app. We're on HD Radio 1015, channel number 2, and we're here until 6 p.m. And by we, I mean me and Brent. So Jim had told me, I think late last week, hey, there's an event that I need to go to. This is a work event. And he says, I need to go. I'm leaving at 5. I'm like, well, hold on. If it's a work event that you need to go to, why are you going and we're not? Okay, so like just you need to go to this work event? And that seemingly is the case. It's a work event that he can't discuss on air that Jim has left for.
I just think it's funny because earlier before I went on my lunch break, I ran into Jim and I'm like, oh, yeah, I found these things for you that you could use for Backpage today. And he just goes, oh, okay.
Jim has no idea.
And he says nothing. And then
because he didn't know.
Like 2 seconds later, I get out in the car and I get a text from you go, oh, Jim's bailing at 5. So it's Brent's Backpage today. I'm so like, oh.
Jim's a goldfish. He wouldn't know where to go if not for his phone. Someone had to come in and say, leave at this time, be there at this time. So we carry on and we will trek forward here on Jon and Jim without Jim, arguably a better show for the next hour. So if you missed the first hour of our brand new show, because now it's at 2 p.m., not 3 p.m., so I'm sure a number of you, if not all of you, missed our 2 o'clock segments earlier today. It was probably a week ago. We've been talking about this huge international prospect, Roki Sasaki. There is not a bigger pitching prospect in the world. It's not in Major League Baseball or in the minor leagues than Roki Sasaki. He's had an incredible year, not just year, but career in Asia, pitching in Japan, just scintillating numbers, throws 100 miles per hour. Some would say can't miss. There's no really such thing as can't miss, but you get the point. This huge prospect that's just 23 years of age. Now, over the course of the offseason, some people have said, well, it's a formality. He's going to the Dodgers, right? Yamamoto's there. Ohtani's there. He's certainly going to the Dodgers, has a relationship with either Yamamoto or Ohtani, maybe both. But Jim Bowden about a week ago threw some cold water on that and said he thought it was unlikely. Jim Bowden, former GM, writes for The Athletic. He thought it was unlikely that Sasaki was going to land with the Dodgers. Today, he doubled down on that on the Foul Territory podcast. Take a listen to this.
I mean, look, I'm just telling you what I learned in talking to a lot of people that are in the know with the player himself, who, by the way, is going to make the decision. You know, he's not one of those players that's going to go where Wasserman and Joe Wolf, his agent, are going to send him. He's going to make his own call. But the sense I get from everyone is that the narrative of him going to the Dodgers, it's way more likely he signs elsewhere than he signs there. And I'm not saying at the end of the day, you know, perhaps he changes his mind. Perhaps Ohtani and Yamamoto can convince him. But if based on what I'm hearing, I would say 85% chance he does not sign with the Dodgers.
85% chance. It was 2 weeks ago that we saw columns from national baseball reporters saying that it was a formality he was going to sign with the Dodgers. That doesn't make Jim Bowden right, but that's not his opinion like he thinks that he's not going to sign with the Dodgers. He said he spoke with a lot of people that are tied to Sasaki. This is what Jim Bowden does. Multiple time GM, has written for a long time now for The Athletic. And here's the reason it's significant in San Diego is that if he doesn't sign with the Dodgers, the Padres, according to a number of people that cover the sport, are right there in pursuit of Sasaki. That's not just people writing it or us saying it. You have heard AJ Preller reference Roki Sasaki in his dealings with Peter Seidler. He was truly mentioned during a memorial service for Peter Seidler because Preller talked about how he was so close to Seidler that they would talk about all these baseball things year round. He would talk literally about Roki Sasaki. And he brought that up a year ago. And we know the Padres have been in on international prospects before and finished second or third. And I'm talking about Shohei Ohtani before the universal DH. I'm talking about Kodai Senga, right? I mean, they've had interest in a lot of Japanese players, and they haven't always landed them. Now, they've landed some international players. They absolutely have. But of the ilk or caliber of Ohtani or Sasaki, it remains to be seen. But there was also this belief that, well, it's LA, you're going to get endorsement money. Like, why wouldn't you go to LA? There's so much endorsement money, right? It's the second largest or first largest media market, depending on how you gauge things, number one entertainment market. He's going to go to LA because of the endorsement dollars, right? Because he's not going to make a lot of money when he comes over because there's like limits in that, in the posting process. Well, he's going to make it back in endorsements in Los Angeles, right? Not so fast, says Jim Bowden.
Yeah, I mean, look, Scott, it was really interesting during the playoffs and the World Series because everywhere I went, everyone had this narrative that Sasaki was going to be a Dodger because of his relationship with Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And, you know, the Dodgers go on to win the World Series, and everyone's going to basically be on the same playing field when it comes to salary bidding for him because he's under 25 years old. And that narrative was there. But, you know, when you start to dig and you do the research, you know, he's represented by the Wasserman Agency, and you do your homework in Japan on what he's telling teammates there in Japan. And when the homework came back, the one thing that I didn't really understand at the time was the fact that the income he's going to have to make between the time that he signs and the 3 years it takes for salary arbitration, the 6 years it takes to free agency, his income is going to come mostly from endorsements. That's where it's going to come from. And what we learned is that it's really hard to get those endorsements if you're on the same team as Shohei Ohtani. And that's something that Yamamoto has learned since then. In fact, Kodai Senga has more endorsements than Yamamoto does, being in his shadow. We also understand that, you know, Sasaki wants to be in a place where he can be the guy to get those endorsements back in Japan. So, look, I've done a lot of homework. I've listened to a lot of people that are close to him. It's very evident that Yu Darvish has a huge influence on him. He calls him his godfather, and that puts San Diego in the mix. But, you know, teams like the Mets and the Red Sox that have big markets where he can be a huge name are just as likely to land Sasaki as the Dodgers, based on the intel I've gotten from people that know.
Second time I hear that. Brad, I might have you queue it up. He said it was about 10 or 15 seconds from the end of the clip when he says it's evident that Yu Darvish has huge influence on him. Something along that line within the last 10 or 15 seconds in there. It's evident that, and I'm paraphrasing, we're going to hear it back. I missed this to its full extent the first time we played it 3 hours ago. I'm probably going to cling to this. Let's listen to this intently.
It's very evident that Yu Darvish has a huge influence on him. He calls him his godfather.
It's
and that
very
puts San Diego
evident that Yu Darvish has a huge influence on him. Now, Darvish did push.
He said he calls him his godfather. There's been people like,
right?
Oh, well, you know, people are just saying he's like a godfather.
No,
he never said
that.
He actually calls him that.
So Yu Darvish has huge influences on Roki Sasaki. Now, Darvish did point. Who did he point to? Chicago?
Oh, the outfielder.
Senga.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I mean, in all seriousness,
no, not.
Why do I get that?
Not the outfielder.
Right. That we spent a whole offseason on.
Yes, and I'm having a brain fart.
Well,
I'm
we'll
being a horrible Cubs fan.
It's Seiya Suzuki.
There we go.
Who the Padres pursued, and we joke because he was pursued again by San Diego, and
Darvish told how awesome Chicago is.
I mean, I don't know how true that is or not, but it's kind of funny. Again, it's not like it's just San Diego's to lose. I mean, there's going to be other teams. Like, that's what he just said. It's not San Diego's to lose, but if his quote-unquote godfather, according to Sasaki, is Darvish, and according to sources, and according to Jim Bowden, he has huge influence over Sasaki. Like, I don't think that's putting 2 and 2 together. I just think that makes sense to discuss. So, and again, like, you might be saying to yourself, well, why all the concern over this player? Well, a couple things. Padres payroll issues that we've talked about. So they're not just going to be bidding on all these free agents this offseason. And Roki Sasaki isn't just a guy. Like, he's not just a guy. You look at what he's done in Japan. I think we had Kyle Glazer say that from a pitching perspective coming over, he's comparable to, from a pitching perspective, Shohei Ohtani when Ohtani came over. Not to say they're identical, but there are comparables in there between Ohtani and Sasaki on the mound. He had a 2.35 ERA last year as a 22-year-old, pitching professionally in Japan. As a 21-year-old, the year before, he posted a 1.78 ERA. He throws 102 miles per hour. I mean, he is 6'3", right? He's a tall, wiry right-hander that throws 101 miles an hour. This posted unbelievable professional numbers in Japan. He is highly coveted, and the Padres should be coveting him. And as we said earlier, I do think it'll be disappointing if they don't find a way to land him, And again, that might be a little tough to say when you consider all the competition around baseball, from LA to maybe a Chicago or Boston or these New York teams. And he's highly coveted. But again, AJ Preller's been in on Ohtani. He's been in on Suzuki. And at some point, maybe he lands one of these stars coming over.
It's one of those things where I think it's only going to be, so they obviously don't get him. It's going to be, disappointing on certain levels. But for me, as long as he doesn't go to the Dodgers,
right.
If he goes to the Mets
Anywhere
or
else.
he goes to the Cubs or just, anywhere but the Dodgers, I don't really care. Yes, I want him to play for the Padres, but if he goes to, the Phillies or something, then that's fine. I'm not going to lose sleep over him going to the Phillies. If he goes to the Dodgers, though, that's going to be kind of annoying.
I just feel like, Brent, there's like too many Easter eggs. When Preller mentions him during a memorial for Peter Seidler, like kind of in jest in passing, how they had these long baseball conversations where Roki Sasaki was coming up. And then you have, hey, Yu Darvish is his godfather, according to Roki Sasaki. And then you've got former GMs like Jim Bowden saying that Darvish is going to have a huge role in this, essentially. I'm paraphrasing. So I'm putting all this together. It's like this is a big CSI investigation episode. It's like the evidence is pointing to San Diego being seriously in on Sasaki. So, that's where I am. Now, does that set me up to have Lucy pull the football away and I'm Charlie Brown? Yeah. But I'm prepared to do that. I just watched a postseason where the Dodgers won the World Series. If I can stomach that, if I can watch the Padres blow a 2-1 series lead to LA, why can't I go all in here on Roki Sasaki and be disappointed? We're already disappointed with how it played out, unfortunately. So we shall see. Now, Rob Manfred saying today he'll be posting the 2025 class. What does that mean? It means we're waiting another 7 weeks, January 15th. You're 7 weeks away, roughly 7 or 8 weeks from January 15th. We got to get through Thanksgiving, and we got to get through Christmas and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, right? But it's coming. And just like spring training is coming, it'll be here before we know it. Roki Sasaki will be pitching in the major leagues before we know it. And hopefully it's with San Diego, not against San Diego in 2025. A fascinating story out of the NFL today involving one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history. Plus, Jim's back page typically coming up. It'll be Brent's back page coming up. We're here until 6 p.m. Stay with us. All right, San Diego Sports 760 is celebrating the season with the iHeartRadio Holiday Special one night to get you in the holiday spirit with exclusive performances from Dan and Shay, Jennifer Hudson, Jimmy Fallon, and Kelly Clarkson, hosted by Mario Lopez. Listen to the show Wednesday, November 27th at 4 p.m. on Holiday Seasons Radio on our free iHeartRadio app. Jon and Jim, Sans Jim. Jim's not here, but I still need to spell the word here. So we've spent a lot of time, obviously, today on Google. I did. Without Jim, what Brent's backstage coming up. We spent a lot of time today on Padres and There's also a lot of NFL news, including a fascinating bizarre story involving Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. And this show continues, and it may be back to really game one last year with the injury, the ACL, he missed all of last year. But the owner of the Jets is 77 years of age, Woody Johnson. He's taken a more quote-unquote hands-on approach over the last year. He reportedly went to the GM who's having fired. He's auditioning to be the new Jerry. Jerry's time is like limited, so he's stuff like he went to Joe Douglas, who was fired. He went to Robert Sala, who was fired. September 30th. This was at the fourth game. The Jets fell to 2-2 in the season. They lost 10-9 to Denver, and he suggested benching. So this was 2 months ago. Now, of course, that's the fan of the last 2 months. They know their Rodgers trying to get that one. Yeah, exactly. He's not going to do that. And it just speaks to the level of ineptitude, maybe from all parts of the organization. You could say it's Aaron Rodgers, and we've talked about that, and his lack of success really going back a long while. He's gotten a lot of credit for things that haven't gone right for a long time, and he has not been in the postseason in forever, and he hasn't won in the postseason in forever. You can point your blame there. You can point your blame at the coach, right, Robert Sala. You can point your blame at Joe Douglas, the general manager. You can point your blame at Woody Johnson. They went all in, completely all in, spent everything to make this happen. They're 3-8 with a 40-year-old quarterback with no clear resolution on the other side, none whatsoever. Who will be their quarterback in 2025? Will Aaron Rodgers be back? Probably not likely. I mean, and we've talked about this a lot, right? Like with our football insiders this year, whether it's like a Cynthia Freeland who comes on the show each and every week, right? We've talked about this a lot, or we've talked about it with Will Brinson from CBS Sports. Like, what's the bigger dumpster fire? And maybe it depends on the way the wind is blowing. Is it Dallas? Is it the Jets? Is it the Cowboys? Is it New York? I mean, it feels like each and every day there's evidence that points in one direction. And today, the flavor of the day is the New York Jets.
Well, it's one of those, the grass isn't always greener on the other side scenarios. I talked yesterday about how, can you imagine being Devontae Adams to where it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to stay in Green Bay where we're, at least consistently good. I'm going to go because I want to play with David Carr and, for the Raiders. 6 weeks later, it's like, oh yeah, Carr's gone. It's like, oh, why am I here now? Now I'm stuck at this crappy organization on this bad team. Get me out of here. Okay, we'll trade you to the Jets. Not even 3 weeks later,
and look at
head coach is gone, GM is gone,
owner's got too
lame
much control.
duck season, and now here you are in the exact same scenario because you thought it was going to be better.
To your point on Jerry Jones, and I get it, you own the team. You ultimately have final say. But to me, the difference between like being an owner and being a good owner is knowing when to get out of the way. Now, some owners have had success in personnel. If you want to say Jerry Jones going back 25 years, okay, I can buy that argument, but 25 years is a long time. Woody Johnson reportedly, this is at ESPN, instructed their interim coach to bench safety Tony Adams. He reportedly attends daily meetings, classroom sessions, as well with coaches and players. Woody, you're outside of your depth, and not to say that the crew they have right now running this thing knows what they're doing either. Maybe nobody has any clue how to put the Jets back on course, so to speak. But if you're Woody Johnson, you're saying, hey, we went all in for Aaron Rodgers after week 4, let's bench him. Hey, I don't like our safety play, let's bench him. Hey, I fired the head coach. I fired the general manager. None of this is getting you where you want to go.
Well, in a way, now you put it that way, he's almost like the anti-Jerry because, well, Jerry's big thing is he won't get rid of anybody.
Right. That's
you
true.
know, look how long he held on to Jason Garrett.
You're right.
He should have got rid of Jason Garrett. I almost called him Pat Garrett. Thanks, Billy the Kid. But he almost, you know, he should have got rid of Jason Garrett, you know, seasons before he got rid of him. You know, he should have gotten rid of Dak and not re-signed Dak to that massive deal, but he won't get rid of him. Jerry is very, I guess you could call it loyal to a fault, to where he doesn't want to say, oh yeah, I made the wrong choice. He always wants to think that he's right. So I can't get rid of Dak because that's going to show that I was wrong. You know, just like when he blew up on those radio guys, when they, you know, asked him the questions like, oh, you don't think I don't know what I'm doing? It's like, no, you don't really know. You just hold on to everybody for too long. And then, you know, it's too late. Cause now what they're talking about drafting Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, the whole thing
that would be the biggest just disaster ever. One, I think he's so overrated, and you can number 1 overall pick. You would think about it. Come on.
I mean, it is interesting. I mean, I would ask the question like, whose future is brightest, using the word liberally? Like, are you going to bet on the Jets over the next 3 years or the Cowboys over the next 3 years? In theory, the Cowboys have either Dak Prescott or a young quarterback. I guess the Jets could have a young quarterback.
Well, it's one of those things too, where, you know, I'll compare it to, you know, the dumpster fire of a team I follow, the Bears. You know, at least the Jets owner is actually doing something. You know, granted, he might be getting too hands-on and getting too involved, but at least he does something than just sit up in the press box and be old and, you know, have nothing to do with the team, and you don't care about the team, and you're not going to do anything to, you know, you're just going to sit there. You know, that's why Bears fans, you know, are just sell the team. At least, you know, the Jets guy is going out there and going, yeah, I think we should bench so-and-so. He's not playing well, opposed to just, yeah, I'm just going to be up here in the box. If we lose, I don't care because we still sold out and made money today.
Dude, this was so predictable. We said this 2 years ago. Going all in on Aaron Rodgers as a 40-year-old coming off of his lack of success late in his career with Green Bay. What were you asking for? If it wasn't going well in Green Bay, why was it going to go well in New York with the Jets?
Well,
and that's how it's played out.
In a way, you know, he's got the one Super Bowl that he won
2011.
Yeah, but in a way, he's kind of like the Clayton Kershaw of football.
A little bit.
Regular season,
right,
you know, give him all these MVPs
yeah.
and everything else, but then once it gets into the postseason, he's just another dude.
Not only one Super Bowl, which again is better than none, one Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah,
for Aaron Rodgers. All right, we're going to get back to baseball on the other side. Are we getting any closer to a Juan Soto decision? Plus Brent's back page. We're here until 6. It's Jon and Jim.
games left already.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Did it go by
great
faster
point.
this year for you since you called the games opposed to?
Yes and no. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into it and a lot of travel, obviously, as well. But it does go by in an instant. I mean, the difference, obviously, with these sports is like, of all the sports, is, you know, whether you love the NFL or the NBA or college basketball, college football, MLB, of all of them that people talk about and cover, college football is truly the shortest. I mean, 12 games. Like, we just started September 1st. It hasn't even been 3 months, you know? Like, it really is quick. NFL, more drawn out. We know. These other sports, by and large, are more drawn out. College football is the most second most popular sport in the country in terms of TV ratings to the NFL. But man, it goes quickly.
Well, I think it's going to go even quicker now because with the college football playoffs now, before we always had that, like, you know, 3 to 4 week lull period
like
between bowl games. Yeah, now it's just going to be, you know,
that's a great point.
Actual bowl games that matter, opposed to, you know, with a, you know, Santa Fe sour cream bowl or something that's on, you know, December 12th.
No, it's a great point. It's a great point.
No offense, Santa Fe
sour cream bowl. Exactly. All right, Brent's back page coming up in about 15 minutes. So the news today was that the Yankees met with Juan Soto, and you're like, well, didn't they just have Juan Soto? Did they really need to meet with him? The World Series ended like a week ago. But the Yankees and Hal Steinbrenner did meet with Juan Soto. Interestingly, remember there was this narrative, the same thing with Manny Machado. Manny wants to be in the East. Oh, he's got family out East. He wants to be in the East. And Juan Soto, he prefers the East. That's why he wanted, part of the reason why he didn't want to be with the Padres. This is what we're told. He prefers the East. Well, the funny thing is the Yankees, who have Juan Soto or had Juan Soto on their roster, and their season ended 2 weeks ago, met with Juan Soto where? In California. Earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday. And Hal Steinbrenner says now they're waiting. They don't know the timeline. There could be a second meeting. What I find interesting here with Scott Boras, who sometimes slow plays his hands. I mean, he can play things out into March. I remember the Eric Hosmer signing was well into spring training. I think Manny Machado, when he signed, was in spring training. He's had clients not sign until the season starts, as we know. But the thing with Juan Soto is when you set the market, you set the timeline. You set the market, you set the timeline. So, and here's the other thing. He's had interest. Scott Boras, this is such a dream scenario that's playing out. This is like being a seller of a home in a buyer's market, but the best home, because he's got interest from the Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, Red Sox, Blue Jays. I mean, big time spenders. And the one thing I'm wondering about, because I think the timeline could play out where this thing does wrap up, maybe during the winter meetings, right before, right after. And John Heyman talked about that actually earlier today. But I wonder this, like in home buying, if the Yankees make an offer and the Mets make an offer, do the Yankees get a chance to make another, and so on and so forth? How does it end? When are best and final being accepted from Scott Boras is my next question.
I'm wondering because there's been kind of a trend the last couple of years in free agency, especially with Boras clients, to where he'll come out and be like, oh, you know, Blake Snell, he's going to get this, this, and this. And they throw it out into the ether and crickets. No one responded. And then all of a sudden, they, you know, accuse the owners of collusion and not spending money because they don't want to pay what we demand that they pay, and they don't want to do any negotiations. Is he just going to throw out some, you know, just absurd, well, it's going to be absurd anyways, but just absolutely absurd number for Soto to where, like, maybe the Yankees, and it's like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. We get what you're doing, but no, you can bring it down a little bit.
Well, I wonder, like, what is an absurd number when there's other teams in? Like, is someone going to balk or bite? Right. So, and are you even throwing out numbers if you're Scott Boras right now, or are you saying make me an offer? Because do you want to limit the potential of what you could get? If you thought 700 was never going to happen, but you throw out 700, the Yankees are like, oh, we're going to go higher than that.
I'm thinking he's gonna say make me an offer, but he's gonna have he'll have a basement to it, I guess you could say, to where make me an offer, but if you offer me less than X, I'm getting up right now and I'm leaving.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. I think that the big win for Boras is having multiple big market teams in it in the closing hours. So you get to a final day where it's best and final day. Maybe it's the winter meetings, maybe it's after, maybe it's before. And it isn't determined by then. So we're making the call Tuesday, December 12th. And we go into Tuesday morning and there's still multiple teams on the line. And to your point, at what point does a team say thanks but no thanks? And I think that will happen. I think that will happen throughout the process. What is he worth? Everyone's got a price tag. Everyone's got, Dodgers determined Shohei Ohtani was worth $700 million. We could argue if they did or not with the deferrals, but what is he worth? When do you walk away? And I don't know the answer to it. I really don't. I've said here before, I don't think he's worth I like Juan Soto a lot. I thought that he was, I don't know. I thought he was better than the way some people thought he was during his time in San Diego. But would I reach and spend $600+ million on Juan Soto? I wouldn't.
For me, you walk away when the cost is going to be so much that it could potentially just not only handicap, but just destroy your organization in the future. Like I always think of, Alfonso Soriano when he signed that big deal with this is a Rangers theme coming up here, when he signed that huge deal with the Rangers, and A-Rod when he signed that huge deal with the Rangers, to where, it's not like football to where, oh yeah, I signed Soriano to this big deal and now he sucks, so we're going to cut him and we'll be okay. Because you're stuck with paying him the money in baseball. So, if they want to go out and give him, some 12 or 16-year deal worth, $800 million, what's to say that the same thing that happened to Soriano or A-Rod doesn't happen here, to where 4 years down the road, he's still a good player, borderline great player, but he's not what he used to be. But now you're stuck paying for the guy he used to be.
Always a possibility. I'd say the one thing with Soto is that he's young, right?
Yes.
Now, you're right. Can we forecast 10 years from now? Of course we can. Now, the other thing we know about Soto is he falls out of bet on base. Now, are you going to pay $600 million solely, quote unquote, for him to get on base? Of course not. But let's say, it's a good point, though, to your point, Brent, how many years are we talking about? If this is 11, 12, 13 years, then you are talking about a 36, 37, 38-year-old Juan Soto. But I think the way organizations look at that, like the Bogaerts deal, like the Machado deal, you're basically writing off the last 2, 3, 4 years in hopes that the first 4, 5, 6 years pay the dividends. You're hoping you get all the return in the first half of the contract, where the second half becomes less consequential. But you're right. There have been some awful deals in baseball history with some of the quote unquote best players in the sport. Awful. Now, I don't know if Soto's deal, it's hard to win those huge deals, but you look at the Dodgers with Ohtani 1 year in, and they spent a lot of money, but they got a World Series to show.
Well, that's one of the difference. I always get into this with Brewer fans, where when the Cubs overpaid for Jason Hayward, Brewer fans would never shut up about it because, oh, you guys signed that bad deal. And my retort would always be, yeah, but we have so much more money than Milwaukee. We can afford to make a bad deal like that because it's not going to crush us. We paid, overpaid for this guy and he didn't necessarily live up to expectations. Opposed to if you guys do it, who has less money, it's going to be a bigger deal if you sign somebody to that contract and they fail, opposed to us because we have more leeway because we have more money.
Yep. Yeah. No, I buy that. No, it'll be interesting. Again, I wish we were having this conversation involving the San Diego Padres, but on one hand, I don't know if I do.
I don't know if I'd want to go through this again. We've seen this movie already.
A, go through it, but B, use all those resources for one player because they've already done that. Like a Xander Bogaerts. A lot of people are sitting here right now, including ourselves, saying did the Bogaerts deal jeopardize their ability to put together a roster for 2025 and beyond? That was $280 million. Imagine if they committed double that money or more to one player like Juan Soto. So, part of me is yeah, it's great to be involved in the big name free agents because the Padres have been a lot this decade. But part of me is maybe at the end of the day, it's better to use that money elsewhere.
Well, and we've kind of joked about it in the last couple of weeks about the Dodgers. They need a left fielder.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then for teams that necessarily might only need one or two things. The Padres need more than one or two things. We could use a first baseman. We could use outfield.
Yeah.
There's
starting pitching, catcher.
We could take that Brinks truck and, the half of money that we were going to give one guy, and we could address all those issues.
That's a good point. It's a good point. All right. So we'll see. I mean, again, I'd be surprised if Soto played out into deep into 2025. He's going to want to know where he's going. So we'll see if it gets done by the winter meetings or not. All right. Here until 6 p.m. Typically, we have Jim's back page. Jim is at a quote unquote event, whatever that means. He left us about an hour ago. And we'll get to Brent's back page. That's on the other side. This is Jon and Jim and San Diego Sports 760. All right, hey guys, it is Jon and Jim for our friends over at Jamul Casino. This is a great time to get out there. This month, each week, one lucky winner is also going to be driving home in a brand new Mercedes-Benz C-Class, which is absurd. That's every Monday in November, and you can earn entries all month long just by playing. That's all you got to do. And then on Tuesdays, you're earning 2 times the entries. It's just a great spot to get to. They've got the Run Good Road Trip Poker Tournament going on right now at the rooftop, with a chance to win $200,000 in guaranteed prizes. You'll love watching all the action, whether it's the NFL or the NBA Cup or NHL games at Tony Gwynn Sports Pub. It's the ultimate sports viewing experience, great food and drinks, Tony Gwynn sports memorabilia, and more. So make sure to get to Tony Gwynn Sports Pub when you're out there. And then celebrate Thanksgiving all month long over at Burgers and Shakes. They've got their Turkey Day Melt. You can indulge in a Thanksgiving calzone at Pizzeria. Then November 28th, join them at Tony Gwynn's Endless Dining for football and all your favorite Thanksgiving dishes. They've got endless dining going on 5 nights a week at Jamul Casino. So this November, it's the perfect time to make your way out to Jamul. It's fun above all else. All right, back with you. A final time with John and Jim. And we're back tomorrow, 2 to 6. All new expanded 4-hour show. Weekdays, 2 p.m. San Diego Sports 760. Also tomorrow, the Sean Lewis Show right here on San Diego Sports 760 at 6 p.m. Plus free picks for our listeners with Chris Hodge from Taking Vegas. He will join us tomorrow at 4:30. Again, this is John and Jim without Jim for the final hour of the show. Maybe he will have some news to share with us tomorrow on his event. I don't think he will, truthfully. But he's at a work event without us, which is a first, I think.
Well, not for me, because I never get to go to any work events.
I know, but for Jim to do anything is kind of a first.
Maybe it's like an intervention or something.
He could use one. I don't know why or for what, but he could basically use one. All right, so Jim typically does the back page, but Jim's MIA, so let's get to Brent's back page. All right, what have we missed, Brent, today?
All right, we'll start with this one because this one's kind of time sensitive. Circle K gas stations are giving you 40 cents off on a gallon of gas today.
40 cents.
40 cents only today on November 20th. Every Circle K in California, and there's like over 20 of them in San Diego County, they are doing 40 cents off per gallon of fuel from 4 p.m. until 7. So you still got about an hour and 10 minutes. If you live by a Circle K, you can go there and get 40 cents off a gallon of gas. So I don't know how much gas at Circle K is to start with, but $40 is quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's a really good offer going on right now, but you got to hurry. You got to get there by 7 p.m.
Yeah, there used to be a Circle K by my house, but it wasn't a gas station one. So yeah, so you have until 7 o'clock. If you live by a Circle K, you can go there and get hooked up with gas for 40 cents off what it usually is. We'll start with this one. John, you kind of teased this. I think this is what you're going with earlier in the show. You obviously have never had a McRib because you don't eat meat.
I don't eat meat, yeah.
I haven't had a McRib either because I just don't think they look very appealing. But people love the McRib, so much so that McDonald's is releasing a whole lot of McRib sauce in half-gallon jugs.
So the half-gallon jug is available. How much is it?
It's $20. You can get it for limited time starting on November 25th. So.
And would you use it if you bought it like you're just using it at home?
I guess you just use it on whatever you would use barbecue sauce on, I guess. Steak or, fries or something. Yeah, I guess you'd just use it, but
they'll probably sell out of that.
I don't know. Is it different than a normal barbecue sauce? It's
right. Probably like tangier. Or
the Big Mac sauce is Thousand Island dressing, but they still call it, the special. It's like, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
so is this, is this any different than Casey Masterpiece or Baby Ray's or any of those?
Yeah, it has a McDonald's logo. You know what I mean? The difference is that
it actually doesn't. The label looks like a ugly Christmas sweater. The label's actually kind of cool.
Okay, so is that available now?
No, not until the 25th.
Okay, available soon.
Starting the 25th. Yeah, so next week.
Okay.
And then this is kind of a sauce story. Pizza Hut, I can't really subtly say this, John, but Pizza Hut is getting into the wine business.
Really?
Pizza Hut is going to start selling a, quote, tomato wine that is meant to taste just like pizza.
Okay.
Now, I heard this morning when I was running the board over on Kogo, and initially I thought they were just pretty much selling spaghetti sauce with like alcohol in it, but it's actual wine.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it. It's actual wine. It's actual wine, but it includes like ingredients from like tomatoes and basil and a bunch of other stuff. So it's a red wine that is supposed to taste like pizza.
Is that a good thing? Is that what people have been clamoring for?
I don't know. Like I said, this morning when I first heard it, I was like, that's kind of disgusting. But now that I look at it and it just, it just looks like juice. Mm-hmm. So it's just wine. But the wine is going to be offered as part of a limited edition gift set, which includes the bottle of wine, 2 Pizza Hut branded wine glasses, and a wine opener. And it says it pairs perfectly with Pizza Hut's festive triple treat box.
Okay.
So if you want to get the tomato wine by Pizza Hut, it's retailing for around $25. However, there is a minimum purchase of 2 bottles. So you can't just go buy one. You got to buy at least 2 bottles.
Okay.
And the limited edition gift set you can get for $60.
Okay.
And both are available starting today.
Well, I think that's a more informative back page than Jim's, because Jim will be like, here's a baseball. It sold for $4 million. Or he'll give us something from Taco Bell that was in
Jim reads the
October.
headlines and then he doesn't read the article.
He doesn't. Exactly. But you're giving our listeners right now 40 cents off per gallon at Circle K until 7 p.m. You're letting people know about the wine that's available now, about the McRib sauce that's available on the 25th. Like, this is things that people can actually act on that haven't already occurred. I like the idea of saving people money too.
Yeah. Circle K always makes me laugh because I always, we don't have Circle K's in the Midwest.
Okay.
So the only other place before I moved out here that I ever heard of Circle K was Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Oh, because it was in there?
Yeah, because they're hanging out doing their report in the Circle K parking lot when George Carlin drops in and they have a line. They're like, just strange things are afoot at the Circle K. And that's like the only reference I had to Circle K until
Before
I moved here.
moving to California. And what was the reason again for the 40 cents off? Is this
just for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving.
They're
That's
just
good.
doing something nice for Thanksgiving because it's
this time of year.
It's the busiest travel day of the
I was
year.
gonna say, it's like when you think Thanksgiving, I know a lot of people like get on airplanes because they're traveling to see family maybe across the country. But it's a good point. A lot of people are just hopping in a car, heading to Northern California or heading to see family wherever, Orange County or wherever, right? Riverside. So yeah, you hop in the car, you drive a couple hours, you save some gas going on right now at Circle K until 7 p.m.
And it's California, and one constant, gas is always going to be expensive.
It's never going to be cheap, right? Like, you always wish it was cheap. Honestly, no matter where you live, you wish it was cheaper, but here you always wish it was cheaper.
It's like my one buddy's dad the other day, I heard him, he was complaining about paying like $2.40 for gas in Wisconsin. I was screaming through my microphone. I was like, $4.50.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Every single day of the week. All right. Well, good stuff here on Jon and Jim. And again, I do believe Jim will be back tomorrow. That's the expectation that Jim, now he was here today for the first couple of hours of the show, but he will be back tomorrow. It's kind of a busy time. I look ahead to next week and there's Aztec basketball games.
Well, it won't be busy for Jim.
There's even a day off in there for Jim because of Aztec basketball.
Well, we got Thursday and Friday off for Thanksgiving.
We have Thanksgiving off, but then even
Wednesday,
there's
Tuesday and Wednesday, there's no shows because we have games. So technically,
I think there's a show Tuesday.
Okay.
The game's at 11 a.m. on Tuesday next week.
Okay.
So it's after that. Work with Mary. Okay. But Wednesday, you're right. So the Aztecs next week, well, first of all weekend long, we have San Diego State Saturday, okay, against Utah State at 12:30. We have Aztec basketball Tuesday against Creighton at 11 a.m. We have Aztec basketball Wednesday of next week, a week from today at 1 p.m. against Oregon. So that's that Players Era Festival. If you're an Aztec fan, if you're a sports fan, it's a great time of year. The Thanksgiving events in college basketball, Thanksgiving football, obviously, in the NFL. If you're a college football fan, NFL fan, I mean, there's a lot going on this time of year.
Well, it's almost like, we always rip on the NBA Cup for, them just trying something new. But in a way, everyone always says that they're trying to replicate the whole like EuroLeague soccer type like scenario with like group play and everything else. But now that I think of it, they're almost just trying to replicate early season college basketball.
A little bit of that, yeah.
Because with the Mauis and all the other big tournaments that happen, over the Thanksgiving holiday that everybody loves, they're just like, why don't we have like an early season tournament? People seem to love it.
By the way, real quick, before people head to Circle K, someone just tagged me on social media, Brent, says that this is November 21st. Thursday, November 21st. Do you have a link?
I just closed it, but it said the 20th. Hold on.
I am at circlek.com/fuel-day. And it says 4 to 7 local on the 21st. Do you have something that says the 20th for this offer? Because that is a very good offer. And if it's tomorrow, that's great too, because you have 3 hours to take advantage tomorrow.
Oh, okay. The one I had was wrong. They said the 20th, but yeah, USA Today says the 21st.
Better.
So so now you got 3 hours instead of just 1 hour.
Go tomorrow, Thursday, November 21st.
Good catch, Texter.
You have from 4 to 7 Circle K Fuel Day, 4 to 7 local. So here in San Diego, go from 4 to 7. Save. Very cool. 3 hours to take advantage tomorrow, beginning at 4 p.m. While you're pumping your gas, listening to John and Jim. All right, if you missed anything today, sportsSD.com, iHeartRadio app, iTunes, TuneIn Radio, or Spotify. We're on YouTube. We're on HD Radio at 1015 channel number 2. We're back tomorrow at 2 p.m. The expanded John and Jim, 4 hours. And Jim, I'm John. Keep it right
That's
here.
Fox 5. Fix your website, Fox 5.
Keep it here. San Diego Sports Center.